Okay, time is now 9 o'clock here in Denmark and different times around in the world, wherever you are. Before I say welcome to you all, I would like to give the floor to Olga Johannesson, who will provide some instructions about the translation function. So, Olga, could you please tell us a bit about what to do?
Доброе утро всем, говорит Николай, приветствую всех участников и предоставляет слово мне, сегодняшнему вашему переводчику, немножко рассказать, как работать будет сегодня синхронный перевод. Я начну на английском и потом сделаю объявление на русском. Dear colleagues, my name is Olga Johansson. I'm the person providing simultaneous translation through the meeting today. Me and my colleague Ksenia will try to do our best so the meeting would be great and everyone would understand everything in both languages. For that, let me tell you a little bit how to activate translation function. You're looking at the Zoom interface right now and try to find at the bottom of the Zoom interface a small icon which looks like a small globe. It should be white on the black background. You can see how it looks like now on the slide. If you see it, press on that. Now you see the selection of languages. You need to choose English. So whenever you hear someone starting speaking Russian in the main channel, you need to choose function translation and press on English. From then on, you will be hearing me speaking in English. When you take the floor or start speaking yourself or would like to answer the question, you don't press anything, you just speak in the main channel. You activate the translation function only for hearing Russian-speaking colleague and my translation, or Ksenia's translation. If something goes wrong, you don't hear interpreter or you can't find the button, please use our chat function to connect to the support. Today, we have support both in English and in Russian, so you can ask your question in whatever language you like. You can write if you don't hear the interpreter or something is wrong, or you would like to ask a question, anything. Well, in principle, I think everything would be great, and I wish you good luck through the meeting. Now I'm going to say it in Russian for the Russian participants.
Wait, 1 second, Olga, because we cannot see the bottom right now, but it's going to get on in a few seconds.
Yes, that's true.
I can see in the chat that everybody is, where's the button? So it will come on in a bit later.
Sorry, my mistake. Yes, the translation function is not activated yet for me to be able to say that, because as soon as it is activated, I go into separate translation channel and no one hears me anymore in the main channel. So that's done because of this. So if you just be a little bit patient and let me explain that in Russian, and after that, our technical support adds up translation function. And remember to look for the small globe-like sign at the bottom of the Zoom interface and choose English or Russian. Так, уважаемые коллеги, теперь то же самое по-русски. Меня зовут Ольга Йоханссон, и сегодня я и моя коллега Ксения будем помогать вам с переводом. Во время встречи будет синхронный перевод. Это значит, что в то время, когда вы будете говорить или кто-то будет говорить, одновременно мы будем переводить это на английский или на русский языке. Пожалуйста, помните, кто будет выступать. Постарайтесь не торопиться и, самое главное, постарайтесь быстро не читать по бумаге. Это наше личное пожелание. Сейчас функция перевода еще не активирована для того, чтобы я могла в главном канале сказать эту информацию, потому что как только она будет активирована, я сразу иду в канал перевода. Когда функция перевода подключится, пожалуйста, внизу интерфейса Zoom найдите небольшой значок, который выглядит как маленький глобус, белый на черном фоне. Его можно сейчас видеть на слайде. Нажмите на этот глобус. У вас будет выбор языков. Среди языков, пожалуйста, выберите русский язык, ну или любой другой, если вы этого хотите. Теперь в вашем канале вы будете слышать мой голос, когда кто-то будет говорить на английском языке, вы будете слышать мой перевод на русский язык или голос моей коллеги Ксении. Если возникают какие-то проблемы, вы всегда можете написать в чат. Функция чат также находится внизу экрана. Сейчас вот я вижу там уже 10 сообщений. Там можно написать на русском языке и на английском языке. Сегодня поддержка помогает нам в чате на обоих языках. Также в чат вы можете писать свои вопросы по поводу обсуждения, опять же, на любом языке, на русском или на английском. Если вы выступающий, вам ничего нажимать не нужно. Вы просто говорите на русском языке в главный канал. Здесь вам функцию перевода не нужно. Мы слышим вас на русском языке и переводим на английский язык. Если есть какие-то вопросы, пожалуйста, задавайте их сейчас или напишите в чат. На самом деле, я думаю, что все будет хорошо. Удачной вам встречи.
Thank you so much, Olga. I assume you are finished with the translation. So we are very happy that we have this translation. One question before we start, we will record this event, and if you have any objections of that, please write it in the chat. Then we will stop the recording, but it would be very good for us to have the recording to follow up later. Yeah, I was just saying that we will use the chat during the day. So if you have questions or comments or anything, you can use the chat, and you can use it in both Russian and English, and then the interpreters will translate it for us who should use the questions. And now the button for interpretation is on, so now you can switch to which language you want. Okay. Again, welcome everyone. Next page, Alberto. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you all for participating in this event. We are very happy to see that there's so many interests and there's so diverse participation on the list. You are all from wood industries, architects, developers, academics, and beyond. We have designed a program for today that should accommodate this diversity of perspective, but we will all ask you to add additional perspective on your questions and your comments, so we can have this diversity going on for the whole day. My name is Nikolaj Svejstrup, and I will be your guide through the program of the day of this Nordregio conference about Nordic-Russian exchange on wood and construction. We must say that wood in construction is gaining momentum as one excellent building material with promises to improve the construction sector and cut the environmental costs of building in concrete and steel. New technologies allow us to build large multi-story constructions while fulfilling and all safety measures, and the all over demand from buyers is a single family house, as we have heard in the last couple of years. Today we are gathered a lot of knowledgeable people, and I look forward to see how you all are active in the discussion, asking questions and adding to the debate. Behind this event, next please, Alberto. Behind this event is a cooperation that aims at establishing sustainable Nordic-Russian business, organizational and academic partnerships in wooden construction sector. We aim at establishing ties and partnerships between people from the Nordics and the Russians with the commercial potential, but also as well as exchange of knowledge, technology, and sustainability practices. To objective it is to support innovative production and use of wood-based building materials, capitalizing on the untapped potential for a bio-based economy in the Northwestern Russia and in the Nordic countries. Activities in the project will gather interested actors in both Russian and the Nordic regions and make an assessment of the needs and possibilities for cooperation and exploring possible supplies and markets for the companies, the technology transfers, the sustainable practices, the certification, the markets, architecture and design, and so on. We have so many topics that are interested in this for us all. The project we are having this conference today about is funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers and is led by Nordregio. And Nordregio is a Nordic research center for regional development based in Stockholm, Sweden, but it's for all the Nordic countries. Partners in Russia are the foundation of presidential program participants in Agriculture region, the development Ltd in Murmansk, and the Swedish Karelian Business and Information Center in Karelia. And from our side in the Nordic partners, we are beside Nordregio. It's a Climate Kick, it's Open Agenda, my company, it's Sustainable 2030, it's Nordic Wood and Construction Secretariat, and Text Media. So that was the overall introduction. I will shortly go through what we are going to have of the program for today. So we have made this program for you, so you all will have knowledge, new context, and hopefully an overview of who you would be nice to meet in real life when it's possible, and we can go and visit each other again. We really hope that it would not last too long. First, we will start with a short introduction and status with trends to both the Russian and the Nordics, and we will hear about the findings from the dialogue we have had in this project until now, but also what the trends are on both sides. And then after that, we will, in today's keynote, focus on what are the most promising opportunities for cross-border cooperation on wood construction today and in the future. And after that, we will have 3 dialogue sessions. The first dialogue session is about how to overcome barriers in cross-border trade. What are the need-to-knows in cooperation between Nordics and Russia, and what are the regulations and so on. And next slide, please. In the next dialogue 2, we will focus on how to take wood buildings and products from the design stage to Nordic and Russian markets. Can design unlock some of the opportunities for collaboration, we ask. And in the third dialogue, we ask what is the view of companies and universities on the market drivers in Nordic and Russia, and how can we link R&D to production while growing competency in the wood construction workforce. And we will end the day by discussing how we can make new connections and more open dialogue, and hope you all will contribute and use this opportunity to connect and share visions for further cooperation. Thank you. Yes, and if we have some new listeners who were not here when we began, we will have this slide on where we can see how to make the translation, and it's very simple because in the bottom of your screen you have a button where you can choose languages, and then you will have a simultaneous translation. So please do that if you're not already in.
Nikolai, maybe we can ask Vera now to say it in Russian in the main channel, the same thing.
По поводу перевода новым участникам, если вы не видели объяснений, не слышали объяснений, которые были в начале, вот еще раз картинка на экране. Вы можете внизу выбрать кнопочку, на которой нарисован глобус и написан «Перевод». Нажимая эту кнопочку, вы выбираете канал, соответственно, английский или русский какой перевод. Ну, получается, русский язык вам нужно слышать. И поэтому спокойно дальше слушайте. Русские участники, вы будете слышать их по-русски, а те, кто будет говорить по-английски, вы будете слышать русский перевод.
Okay, then I hope that everyone is with us in every language. Let's start the program. First point of the day is on the agenda is the status about the trends in Russia and the Nordics. And from Russia, we have Sergei Rapsovsky, who is the deputy chairman of the Foundation of Presidential Program Participants in the Arkansas region. Sergei is an expert in cross-border cooperation between North-West Russia and the Nordic countries in the bioeconomy, and is also one of the initiators and the part of the project organization of this project. So please, Sergei, the floor is yours.
Спасибо. Добрый день. Меня слышно? Дорогие друзья, коллеги, дамы и господа, издревле на северо-западе России использовался самый доступный строительный материал – дерево. Также поступали наши соседи в северных странах. Наши предки испокон веков общались друг с другом, перенимали опыт, подсматривали друг у друга новые идеи. Сейчас эта эстафета перешла к нам. Деревянное домостроение в России существует и сегодня. И мне трудно за короткое время объять необъятное и рассказать обо всем в этой сфере, и попробую выделить главное. Прежде всего о внутренних тенденциях. Северо-запад России обладает значительными запасами леса, но парадокс в том, что легкодоступные ресурсы практически истощены. Для получения сырья лесное бизнес-сообщество находится в постоянных переговорах с государством, как собственником лесных участков, которые пользователи не могут иметь в собственности, но арендовать на срок до 49 лет. Второе. Основная масса домостроения – это индивидуальные частные дома для одной семьи. Это и дома для постоянного проживания, и дачные дома для летнего отдыха. Люди понимают экологичность и практичность таких домов. Дома строят либо по каркасной технологии, либо из бруса или круглого леса. В России высокая урбанизация населения, но при этом вокруг городов растут как грибы коттеджные поселки. Но тут возникают и сопутствующие проблемы. Неразвитая инфраструктура этих поселков, трудности с подключением воды, электроэнергии, качество содержания дорог, доступ к объектам торговли, медицины и образования. Третье. Высотного деревянного домостроения фактически нет. И хотя с 2019 года разрешено возводить здания из дерева до 28 метров в высоту. Однако некоторые специалисты полагают, что при наличии большого объема высотного строительства из бетона высотное деревянное домостроение не будет востребовано. Четвертое. Одной из проблем является то, что сейчас в учебных заведениях подготовка строителей идет для строительства из бетона, а не из древесины. Пятое. Кабинет министров России готовит обновленную стратегию развития лесного комплекса до 2030 года. Новая стратегия должна впервые объединить экономическую и природоохранную составляющие. Эти меры должны позволить увеличить объемы производства пиломатериалов на 55%, древесно-стружечных плит на 30%, фанеры на 40%, бумаги и картона на 30%, а деревянных домокомплектов на 60%. При этом реализация стратегии позволит сохранить и восстановить лесные ресурсы, и в результате предполагается, ожидается, что лесистость территории России возрастет на 3%. Далее. Что же может быть наиболее востребовано в кооперации с североевропейскими партнерами? Российские компании, первое, заинтересованы в установлении практических, конкретных и деловых отношений с коллегами из Европы. Нашим предприятиям интересен обмен технологиями, в том числе энергосбережения, эффективности использования древесного сырья. Интересно участие в профильных тематических информационных встречах, выставках, где профессионалы могут установить полезные личные контакты. Второе. Наши компании хотели бы принимать участие в крупных европейских строительных проектах, поставлять строительные и отделочные деревянные материалы глубокого передела. Качество российской продукции за последние годы заметно выросло. При этом наша стоимость для европейцев низкая. Третье. Малый и средний бизнес северо-запада России уже имеет опыт поставок готовых деревянных индивидуальных домов в Европу. Кооперация в этом вопросе может включать деловое общение дизайнеров, производителей, монтажников, торговых площадок, агентов. Это будет способствовать росту торговли, интересному для всех. Сейчас импорт в Россию домов из Европы в общем объеме упал до 1%. Очевидно, что нашим европейским партнерам стоит поискать новые варианты сотрудничества. В заключение хочу отметить, что обозначенные темы меньше даже верхушки айсберга в этом вопросе. Но главное, чтобы шло практическое общение профессионалов в сфере деревянного домостроения. Спасибо.
Thank you so much, Sergey. Vera, would you add something for this?
Да, спасибо, Сергей. Я бы хотела тоже буквально пару комментариев добавить к вашему чудесному выступлению. Мы в рамках нашего проекта начали взаимодействовать с коллегами из Северной Европы друг с другом в прошлом году. И на прошлом нашем семинаре в декабре отмечалось участниками, что недостаточности скоординированности в действиях властей, бизнеса присутствует в развитии деревянного домостроения. И, например, одним из моментов, который препятствует развитию деревянного домостроения, оказывалось то, что, например, невозможно получить ипотечную ссуду на деревянное жилье. И вдруг в январе этого года мы читаем о том, что наше правительство поручило банкам эту ссуду внедрить, то есть уже деревянное строительство может развиваться в таком ключе, что банки будут выдавать ипотечные ссуды на как раз жилье, построенное из дерева. И мне кажется, что вот это очень хороший знак того, что на самом деле сфера деревянного домостроения, она во многом откликается, ее развитие в России откликается как раз на инициативы, которые исходят именно от бизнеса. То есть благодаря тому, что в России потихонечку развивается вот этот рынок деревянного домостроения, государство все-таки идет навстречу, откликается и пытается каким-то образом эту проблему решать. То есть поэтому я вижу, что я хочу сказать, что наш проект важен потому, что мы поднимаем тему именно как раз взаимодействия между бизнес-компаниями. И поэтому мне хочется верить, что вот подобные инициативы, они в конечном итоге будут приводить к тому, что и в плане регулирования, в плане нормативно-правовой базы потихонечку будет процесс развиваться и дальше. И я бы также хотела вот согласиться с Сергеем на тему того, что, к сожалению, преподавание специалистов, подготовка специалистов, она еще достаточно сильно отстает от потребностей вот рынка деревянного домостроения. И в этом я тоже вижу большую перспективу в плане развития международного сотрудничества с коллегами из Швеции, из Скандинавии, из Северной Европы, потому что я знаю, что там, в принципе, есть много очень интересных программ высшего образования, в которых также можно было бы нам поискать взаимодействие. Николай?
Okay, thank you, Vera. Very interesting news, very interesting views. We will now move on to Nick. Craig, and hear about the trends in the Nordics. Nick Craig is a product manager at the Nordic Water and Construction sector at the Climate Cake, and he's a part of the project organization as this project as well. Nick is is building bridges between the gap between science, policy, and business for a green transition. And have worked extensively with the low carbon construction agenda at the Nordic level, especially managing the Nordic Wood and Construction Secretariat. So please, Nick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nikolai, and I hope you can all see my screen okay. So we're already running a little over time, so I'll try to keep as brief as possible. Just briefly about who I am and why I'm speaking today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Nordic Wood and Construction Secretariat, which was a Nordic and Swedish government initiative that has been running for the last 3 years and is just finishing officially at the end of March this year. And basically we link stakeholders from around the Nordics, both in terms of businesses, but also academia, training, and all sorts of other local government, national government stakeholders in this discussion. So I thought I'd give a short overview from one of our latest pieces of work that gives a kind of status of the forests and construction, both in the Nordics, and I've tried to add in some Russian context as well here. So as you can see, just some varying ideas of the land area and forest area here, just for some comparisons of where the resources lie in the Nordics. And you can see that Finland and Sweden have both the highest amount of forest cover and forest area, but that is so small in comparison to Russia. Carbon neutrality goals provide an interesting context for a lot of the work with wood construction in the Nordics that's driving a lot of that agenda. And of course, that's not a goal that exists yet in Russia. Again, in terms of volume of timber and roundwood production, Sweden and Finland, followed by Norway, are the big players here in the Nordics. But again, Russia is producing a great deal more in comparison. And then some of the interesting statistics about construction and employment and the economic contribution of forestry. So we have, as you can see here, a great deal more people in Russia are employed within the forestry and forest-based industries sector. But actually in Finland and Sweden, it accounts for a higher economic percentage of the economy in terms of GDP. And when we look at just the size of the market for annual construction of new buildings, again, we see Sweden and Norway are the biggest market in terms of new construction. And actually most of that is residential in Sweden. Again, small in comparison to the numbers from Russia. So I wanted to talk quickly about some trends that we're seeing here in the Nordic, what's driving the industry at a Nordic level. So there are 5 things I want to talk about here. The first is public procurement and local government is a big driver here in the Nordics. Local governments in 2 ways help to drive wood and construction. And of course, there are many reasons for doing that, but a lot of that is around the environmental aspects, but also creating local jobs, using local resources, and supporting a local bioeconomy. And you can see that they have the ability to procure publicly. So when the local government spends money on building houses, schools, hospitals, kindergartens, they're able to set in some requirements for using wood. And that's been a big driver in changing the whole industry, also changing into the private construction part of the industry. And secondarily, some of these municipalities, local authorities in the Nordics have set strategies to increase local wood construction. I've just highlighted Växjö in Sweden here as one example where they have very ambitious goals. But also in Finland, there is now a new target announced at the end of last year that 45% of public construction should be done in wood. There's the national regulation also driving change here in the Nordics, and there is new policy coming in the way in every Nordic country. And you can see I've just in a small copy of this timeline here, but I'll share a link to a larger copy later on. But this indicates just some of the mandatory requirements coming down the line in the future for new buildings in the Nordics in every country. And that's targets and policies to increase the amount of wood in construction. So indicating that the government really wants to drive this change at a national level. It means more calculations will have to be done in terms of the impact of each new building in the Nordics. And the result should be an increase in wood. There's also some things going on here around the growing demand, but also some supply issues. So demand is growing rapidly. In Sweden, between 2018 and 19, there was a 51% increase in wooden apartment buildings from wood. But yeah, that's all growing rapidly. But production capacity for building elements, including cross-laminated timber, glulam, cannot keep up with the demand here locally. So it's often the case that Nordic construction projects have to source their resources from often Austria. And of course, that's not necessarily the most sensible or logical way to do things. So I think that's interesting for the Russian participants also to consider, as well as our Nordic ones here today, how we can source things in a new way. A fourth interesting thing going on here in the Nordics that I wanted to highlight, and some of you may have seen this slide before that I presented, is how all the different actors within wooden construction interact, both the local governments, national governments, public authorities, as well as private businesses, architects, suppliers, foresters, contractors, education, training the next generation, both also professionals, but also younger students in the competencies for building with wood, as well as the research and development in product testing, that sort of thing, as well as third-party organizations like trade associations. All of these actors work together and collaborate and communicate. And that's something I think that's quite unique in the Nordics about our approach to things here, of how those actors all work together. So it could be, for example, an education institution working together with local governments to create new strategies that then feeds into jobs for private businesses, for well-trained people to work as architects or contractors or designers or builders. Lastly, I wanted to just talk a little bit about circular design. That's something that's really coming forward now and changing the economic case for building in wood, is that when buildings can be considered what they will do after the building finishes with its first life of application, building components that can be taken down and used for something else, and also new products that are providing a kind of circular alternative to traditional ones, and companies that are taking wood buildings that have kind of reached their expiry date and should be demolished and turning those resources into new products and services. That changes the economic case for building with wood and makes it more financially attractive to do so. So if you'd like to find any more info about some of these things I've talked about, I'll point to two good resources that we've helped produce through our work. One of them is about a year and a half old now, is 25 case studies of buildings and companies in the Nordics that are working with wood in the best way. And then secondly, a more recent project that looks at the kind of policy aspects of what is driving at a national level all of the changes going on. So I will share links to those things in the chat just after this. And yeah, thank you very much. Spasiba.
Thank you very much, Nick. It was two good presentations from Sergey and Nick, and I hope that you all have got a little view into what is going on in both sides of this good collaboration. We are running a little fast in the time, so I will now go on to our keynote speaker today. Our keynote speaker today is Timo Pagarian from Karelia, UAS. And Timo will talk about pathways for Nordic-Russian cooperation on wooden construction and what the most promising opportunities are for this cross-border cooperation on wood construction today and in the future. Timo has an education as civil engineering and the LLC for wood technology. He has worked since 1990 in the field of wood technology. So we have one who's really been working in this field for a long time and also about wood construction. The work consists of a designer in an architect office and a special furniture factory. He has been a researcher in the University of Joensuu in the Faculty of Forestry and a director of Joensuu Science Park and Center of Expertise in Forestry and Wood Technology. And in the last 15 years, Timo has worked in Karelia University of Applied Sciences in different R&D projects, lecturing the Department of Construction and also in response to all the international activities. So Timo, please, the floor is yours.
So, thank you, Nikolai, of these nice words. Now, the basic question: can you hear my voice and can you see the slides?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, as mentioned, my name is Timo Pakarinen, and working in the Karelia University of Applied Sciences, and in the very beginning, I would like to thank all of you in the organization this webinar that I had a possibility to keep this presentation related to wood construction. So thank you very much. And I have divided this presentation to three parts. In the very beginning, just shortly about our university, there's 2 slides. Then very shortly about why we inside our university and also in the region of North Karelia, why we are interested in the wood construction. And based off this work and decisions, we have made also very long-term cooperation with our Russian partners in Petrozavodsk and St. Petersburg, and we had the small project, we call it PROVO, like promoting wood construction in under the program CBC, cross-border cooperation. And then results about these, what we find out during this research. But let's start firstly some words about our university, so that we are located in the eastern part of Finland, founded in 1992, and we have students approximately 3,800, so that we are something like average size of the University of Applied Sciences in Finland. And we have a quite broad exchange program. A number of the graduated like bachelors in engineering, like 750 per year, and staff we have approximately 300 people is working in different positions inside our university. And when we make the new strategy for our university for the year 2030, we make some choices, and only thing I would like to shortly focus is these two last. What they say here is, first is this, the last one, the carbon neutral solution, so that we are very interested, and our university is focusing in this area, and inside of this area is of course the wood construction in all the dimensions related to the research and development activities, and also this integrated production and services is very near about the wood construction, because we like to work also in future about the new production way of thinking, so the more and more the part of the houses, the elements or whatever is made under the factory and then transported to the construction site. So we are focusing in carbon neutral solutions, but also the wood construction inside our university. And why inside our university we are interested in wood construction in many ways, and the one thing is that we have the very long-term work in the field, so that about more than 20 years we have worked in the field of wood construction, and we have seen that the long-term development and research work will lead to the better solution. And of course the time is going to that direction, that the wood is getting the more and more importance in the field of construction. And of course when we are located in far north and the eastern part of Finland, so that it's very important that we can find and support the regional development also in that way, and the wood construction could offer the good working possibilities in the region in the different levels. And of course we would like to combine the knowledge inside our university, not just on engineering but also businesses and etc. And what is very important thing is that we have very active relations to companies in the area in this field, and also in Europe, and based on this discussion with the companies, we started the strategic development of wood construction something like 2014, and in that time we created the agenda, or the long view, that what we should do so that we could promote the wood construction in the area and also in Finland level. And from that slide I would only emphasize this first thing, that when we started this more active development, we noticed that we have to increase the design knowledge related to wood construction, meaning structural design or architect design, or what is the very important is fire design or acoustic design, or these kind of things. And that was the very beginning. We worked in fact 2 to 3 years with our cooperation partners, so that we organize different kind of workshops and education and benchmarking trips and these kind of things, so that we could rise the level of knowledge related to wood construction. This was very beginning, and after that different kind of activities which is focusing in these, mostly in these areas. There are also a few pictures what has happened during these few years, 5 to 6 years of this active development. But what has been the focus area is this structural engineering. Of course, is the basic thing. We would like to be better and deepen the knowledge, but also things like construction physics, product development, digitalization is very important, and this low carbon construction during the last 2 years has been a very important role. So there's just few example pictures about this development and research work, what has been done, and this right high picture, if you are wondering what is that, that is the single family house made of the CLT after a few years ago. Now it's ready and people are living inside that house in near Joensuu city. And just show shortly about the cooperation partners, so that very widely making the cooperation with our partners in this field. And of course, just few pictures about the research activity, so that here you can see in this left hand picture about our measurement, where we are measuring the shrinkage of this Joensuu Tower. Joensuu Tower, where is the 14-story high wooden building, so that we would like to find out how much this kind of wooden building would shrink during the years. Just example of the field research what we have made in these buildings, and there I have just few buildings, pictures about the buildings what we have made in this region, so that in the higher left corner there the school, and there is the office building, the Metla house. There's the apartment building for students in the lower right hand corner, and then the Joensuu Arena in the left corner. And that building is very important in our point of view. It was like, was it 16 or 17? This building was ready, so that here is five-story is wooden building. It's made of the volume elements, and the first is the concrete stores. So this was the, how could I say, the show the way in the region of Joensuu. And there is just a picture inside how it looked like in the living room. And then the last picture really, that is that the tower, Joensuu Tower, which is here, taking the picture in the evening time, which is very important. Also the show that we could also make a high-rise building out of the wood-based material, so that there is the load-bearing structure LVL and CLT. So this was shortly about our university and what we have done during the research and development activities in the field of wood construction. But then we go with this PROVO, so that we named it this project like PROVO, like promoting wood construction in Finland and Russia. And the funding we get from the Karelia CBC program, and partners we had our university, and then Petrozavodsk State University and St. Petersburg State Forest Technical University, so that we have 3 partners. And then why we was interested with this partner about that the projects to run is one, that wood industry create great potential for competitive business in both sides of the border, and that we agreed in the very beginning. And of course we show that its importance in use of wood in construction is growing. And these were the basic ideas when we started the plan and writing the project application. And what was the aims or the goals in this our project is said here, so that it identifying and analyzing in details the bottlenecks, what is hindering the growth and the business across the border, and of course build the network with key players, but most of all building common understanding on how to solve and excite the problems. And we had in that time the goal that we could start the bigger project, but because of the CBC program started so late, so that time was running out, so that in that time we couldn't make the application for the main project, but the question is still open, that when we could start to go in that. And what we did, so that we make the common survey paper, so that we make the same kind of survey in every 3 regions, Joensuu, Petrozavodsk and St. Petersburg, so that the information we collected, we try to keep it as similar as possible. Then, of course, we analyze the results in each region, and then finally we combine these results and try to find out the key points of this cooperation in these three regions. And then formulating a little bit guidelines for the next activities, and then what we created at the same time when we make these interviews in these surveys, we created the network with those companies who are interested in cooperation. But what we find out during these interviews, one thing was that there's a lot of need for knowledge related to different things. For instance, this market information and market channels in both sides of the border. The people from the company say that they don't know the market channels in Russia and both ways, that they don't know enough and well enough the market channels in Finland because they are different in different countries, and of course the building regulations and design codes, they are different, and they are a little bit afraid, the company people, so that these things should be find out how to make the buildings, how to design the buildings so that it fulfill the requirements of the authorities in Russia or in Finland. And of course the how the customers are thinking about the product, which kind of customer preferences are, etc. So there are a lot of questions and not so much answers. So but what was the key finding or key result was that if we start the bigger program, we should focus so that we could make the broad training program in both sides, in Finland, but also in Russia. And also this benchmarking trip should be organized so that we can see in both sides. From Finland, we can see how the market is working and which kind of places products are sold and etc. in Russia and vice versa. So that this kind of broad training program is needed to find out the answers for these questions. And then what was obvious that there already exists cooperation in production when we are talking the wood-based material houses or etc. And then it was said that there is knowledge in production technology in both sides of the border, and that it was also agreed that we should combine this knowledge. We should combine these knowledge, and if we had the lack in some area of the knowledge, so that we could get the information to the Finland to Russia or the Russian to Finland. And there are companies who would be interested to start this kind of cooperation. And there was the one company in Finland who in fact has the production in Russia, and this Finnish company has rented the whole production plant from Russia, and they make the production in the Russia based on the raw material of the Russia, and then they were selling the final product both countries, in Russia but also in Finland, so that they had this kind of cooperation already going on in between these two countries. And what was the obvious was that based on our good material resources, that locks and the locks houses are a very important part of that, so that in fact lock houses is sold from Finland to Russia, but also the Finnish customers are buying lock houses from Russia to Finland. And from this area, when we was discussing, was that perhaps the solid wood product, solid wood solutions for for wood construction could be the one interesting area in both sides, because based on the good raw material resources what we have, so that from the logs we should go in the, how could I say, the modern solution like CLT, and start to find out, do we have the cooperation possibilities in CLT construction, and maybe the more value added products in the construction. But from my point of view and our point of view, we have the possibility to create a competitive wood product cluster, and maybe the solid wood product and production could be the key point, or the important part of this cluster which should be created and could be created. And then that was maybe the biggest question in both sides, so that this design code, so that we in Finland we use the Euro codes, and Russia you have the national regulations, and that was the big, how can I say, the big problem, or the big questions. But all these the company people say that this need knowledge, or if there could be the harmonization about these codes, that would be help a lot. But of course we understand that we are small players in this field, so that when we are talking about the design code, so that's other authorities who made these kind of decisions. But that is a very important part, and needs absolutely training and common workshop with all partners, so that we understand better about the design regulations and requirements in both countries. But not just how could I say, the load bearing structure, but these value added products like windows, stairs, doors, flooring materials, etc. So that there's a lot of business activities in fact between the Finland and Russia. There are many companies who are selling these products from Russia to Finland, or the Finland to Russia, and there is also good possibility for the cooperation, and many of these products are made out of the solid wood, so that this could be the interesting, how could I say, part of the construction, which should be looked carefully through with all the partners. And then the last one was the business point of view. It was interesting that in Finland, the company people say that the logistic transportation from Finland to Russia work nowadays nicely, in fact. So they say that there is no big problems anymore. Maybe it takes times, but it works nicely. But then vice versa, it was interesting to hear that the Russian side, they say that there is problems from transportation from Russia to Finland. I don't know exactly what is behind these ideas, but there is obviously some differences. But it was a little bit surprising, so that all the Finnish companies say that it works nicely nowadays. There is no big problems anymore. And also the other business process like money transfer, or payment, or these kind of things, they are working nicely. And then last but not the least, everybody said, or if they said, I can find out it a little bit later, that there is the third part in this business, so that there are small offices like agents or middlemen who help the companies in this business from Finland to Russia and to vice versa. So here in Finland, there's living people from Russia which are active in business between these two countries, and almost every about these businesses, these kind of middlemen you can find. So that they help, they know the culture and the language and these kind of things, and also the market channels and these kind of things, so that it's very important that this kind of expert will be found, and maybe there could be a database for this kind of firms or companies which could help, so that the companies who are thinking that maybe we could start the business with the Russians or the vice versa, so that they could help quite nicely or easily these kind of middlemen or agents or offices which could help in the start to make the business. But even this is in my slide, this is the last, but this maybe is the one of the biggest issue when we are talking about the business between the Russia and Finland. But thank you very much. I think that I try to follow but it's almost time is ending. So that thank you very much. I hope that you could find some interesting information during this short presentation. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Timo. I think it was very, very interesting and a lot of good findings, both in your own work and in this promo. Well, I think that when I hear what you're saying, and there's so many good recommendations. If we should try to point some of them, what should be the most important step that we could do here is that trying to make the place where the middleman and how to how to develop this system, or what is the education, is the product cluster, and well, you had so many good recommendations here. If we should have some of the most important things right now, what would you suggest that should be?
My suggestion or the idea would be that establish a training program for business for Nordic country to Russian. So training program which include the market channel information, which include the benchmarking trip possibilities, and which include also this middleman or agents database or whatever, because the information is needed a lot. Because we have the different cultures, and even we have the long-term experience, but especially those companies who are thinking to start, there are a lot of questions that they have to solve many questions before they are ready to start the business, and they will need to help. They will need to help out of the regulation related to the construction. They will need the product acceptance procedures and these kind of things. I would establish these kind of if I would start to help the companies between these, make the business these countries. I would start with this training program in the very beginning, and after that training, go further the idea about the cooperation or the cluster creation or these kind of things.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions, I think, in the chat. Please, if you have anyone, please write in the chat, then we can share them. But one thing that's for sure, that is that we in the end of the day today, we will have this discussion of how we can make more connections, and we will go on with this in after the break. Right now, thank you very much, Timo.
Thank you.
We
Thank
cannot
you.
give an applause, but I can. So the next speaker or the next session we are going into is starting these three dialects, as I was telling about in the beginning. And the three dialects we have made would be moderated by different moderators. And the first dialogue we will get into here is moderated by Mads, and he's already sharing his screen about this overcoming barriers in cross-border trade. What are the need to knows in cooperating between Nordics and Russia, and what is the regulations, market access, and so on. We have asked Mads to participate in this one. He's a part of the project too, but he's also the owner and founder of a company called Sustainability 2030, with a small Copenhagen-based organization providing advice and solutions in areas of sustainability and climate change and bioeconomy, and not at least democracy. He had 20 years of experience from the public administration, international relationships, and advising he's also very dedicated to catalyze the social changes that make us able to address the growing challenges. So he have a very strong insights in public policy and administration, and is focused in the link between this global challenges and the local opportunities, and also very important, the solutions. So Mads has also for a decade, I think it is, been involved in the ambition to increase the use of wood in construction as a tool to promote sustainability. So please, Mads, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nikolai, and thank you for the introduction. So we'll start the first dialogue here, overcoming barriers in cross-border trade, actually by following up on the presentation of Timo Pakarinen, who in a very excellent way demonstrated that there's a huge potential in the cooperation trade cross-border between Nordic countries and Russia. But there are also some barriers that we need to address and that we need to work with. A lot of them are part of what we have been thinking in this project, and part of what we would like to focus on and to work with overcoming those barriers. So during this session, we will focus on the needs to know in cooperation between Nordic and Russia. And that will be focused on regulation, market access, culture, practicalities, and where to turn for support. I could repeat a lot of what Timo just said, but I would applaud very much his points. Also saying that I saw one comment from Nick in the chat, saying let's use this forum to make those business connections between Nordic and Russia. I fully agree, and we'll continue that also in the last session of this program today on how to do that and what we can offer to increase the cooperation. I also believe that during this first dialogue, we will get insights and information on what will actually happen and what will take place in the near future. So please listen carefully, because I think we'll, throughout this dialogue, get some ideas and insights in what kind of opportunities will arise in the near future. So enough about the introduction. The dialogue here is moderated by me, and the main speakers are Mr. Jukka Huttanen, who is country director from the Finnish-Russian Chamber of Commerce based in Moscow. He has been involved in Finnish-Russian connection for quite a while. And have very many experiences and insights in what to do and the needs to know. The other speaker we have is Mr. Alexander Pankratov, who is president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Karelia. He also has been involved in cross-border cooperation for quite some years through the Swedish Karelian Chamber of Business, located also in Petrozavodsk, Karelia. I'll ask the two speakers to present them more in details when I give them the floor. So the program, I'm trying to change the slide, there it is. The program here, you can see it both in English and in Russia. I tried to speed up my introduction so we can go on to the introductory remarks from Jukka Huttanen. and continuing to Alexander Pankratov. And then we'll have a dialogue between Mr. Huttunen and Mr. Pankratov, talking about the regulation, market access, culture, practicalities, and where to turn for support. There will also be a possibility to ask questions and get answers for them. So please use the chat. I'll try to look at the chat and note the questions. So we'll also have some questions and interaction with you, the audience. And then we are supposed to be ending the dialogue around 20 minutes to 11. So enough from me. Please, Jukka Huttunen, if you will take over from now, and I'll change the slide for your first. Oops, wrong way. There it comes. Please, Jukka.
Very nice. Thank you, Mats. Thank you, Nikolai. And it's a pleasure to say hello from Moscow, from our office of Finnish Russian Chamber of Commerce. We are located here at the premises of Finnish Embassy. It is very even easy and very pleasant to continue from what Timo ended. Shortly, what Finnish Russian Chamber of Commerce does is exactly what you were asking for. Few notes about myself. I've been in Russian business, Finnish Russian business, for around 30 years. I've been serving Japanese, American, German, and the past 2 missions I had with the Swedish companies working here in Russia. And now almost 5 years I've been heading the Finnish Russian Chamber of Commerce. And our role shortly is to help companies succeed in the Russian business. Could I have the next one, please? Yes, thank you, Mats. Finnish Russian Chamber of Commerce is like any chamber of commerce. If you have your local or national chamber of commerces, we are frankly structurally the same. We are set by our 700 members. So the member companies create chamber of commerce. If there is no members, there is no chamber. And that's a challenge that we have. We need to provide services that the companies are requesting. It is creating business consulting, organizing events, creating contacts, helping and assisting companies to work in Russian market, or vice versa. How to find the right partner, how to evaluate the partner, how to organize the items, logistics, financing, money transfers, everything, as Timo mentioned earlier. This is what we do every day. And our slogan, or the core of what we are doing, is that we create a network of opportunities. When there is a request, we can find a supplier. If there is a supplier requesting to find client or middleman, as it was called, somebody to deal with, we are there to help. And our role as a chamber is supported by 2 ministries. Part of our funding comes from Ministry of Labor and Economical Activities in Finland. But also, as I mentioned, we are located at the premises of the Finnish Embassy. We work very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So that gives us a background, sometimes little push from the side of the ministries, as financing includes also responsibility to provide governmentally funded services free of charge to any customers. And here, please take a note, to any customers. I didn't say Finnish companies, to any companies. We have a lot of cooperation with our colleague embassies here in Moscow. We deal with the commercial departments of practically every Scandinavian or Nordic embassies, and also we have close contacts which need to be refreshed. I know that you are listening to this with the consulate of Sweden in St. Petersburg. The COVID year has taken a year without active communication between two of us. But that is shortly about the chamber. We are there to help companies to survive and to find and to succeed in Russian market.
Thank you, Mr. Huttunen. Yeah, very interesting, and also because you kind of gave answers to the question raised by Timo. Also later on during the dialogue, I hope you can share a little bit of information about your plans for future activities that also will benefit this area. But thank you once again. Let's continue to Karelia and Mr. Alexander Pankratov, who's president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Karelia. Mr. Pankratov, please go ahead.
Спасибо большое. Добрый день, уважаемые участники сегодняшней встречи. Ну, мне, конечно, было очень интересно послушать всех предыдущих выступающих, поблагодарить и Сергея Рябцова, и Тима Париканина за очень интересные содержательные выступления. Конечно же, я тоже поддерживаю идею создания площадки для совместных образовательных программ, единую базу данных, которая могла бы помочь находить партнеров на той и другой стороне. Торгово-промышленная палата Республики Карелия – это региональная палата. Мы входим в систему российских палат. Мы оказываем спектр услуг для участников внешнеэкономической деятельности. В частности, мы выдаем сертификаты страны происхождения. Наш комплекс услуг, который мы оказываем, представлен на слайде. Вы с ним можете познакомиться. И так как мы участвуем в том числе и в проектах приграничного сотрудничества, вот наш последний проект, который состоялся в 2019-2020 году, совместно с бизнес-Йонсу и другими партнерами с российской и карельской стороны, который назывался «Пути роста». В этом проекте, в частности, одной из наших задач было продвижение интересов наших карельских производителей деревянных конструкций и деревянных домов на рынок Финляндии. С этой целью мы, конечно, в первую очередь расширили потенциальных партнеров, список потенциальных наших партнеров. Такими партнерами у нас стали бизнес-Оулу, бизнес-Йонсу. Мы нашли предприятие, которое может помогать нашим участникам внешнеэкономической деятельности, в том числе и организациям, которые производителям деревянных конструкций, которые могут выходить на рынок Финляндии, дабы они помогали нам, нашим компаниям, в получении соответствующих сертификатов. Дальше мы возобновили связи с Варкаусом. И вот последняя наша встреча, это была с палатой Коупио. То есть список потенциальных партнеров расширяется, и этот проект стал только лишь дополнительным стимулом в развитии наших отношений. Я хочу сказать, что отношения с нашими финскими партнерами у нас давние, уже 28 лет. Мы работаем, в частности, с палатой Северной Карелии Йонсу. Вот. На сегодняшний день мы активно сотрудничаем с торговым представительством России и Финляндии. Мы активно сотрудничаем с Business Finland, сотрудничаем с торговой финско-российской палатой в Санкт-Петербурге. То есть перечень наших партнеров в Финляндии достаточно большой. Ну, вот в частности, мы давно сотрудничаем и с нашим шведско-карельским бизнес-центром, то есть и с нашими шведскими партнерами. У нас немалый опыт взаимодействия с норвежскими партнерами, но в основном это касается аквакультуры. Хотя на последнем семинаре у нас уже была возможность повстречаться нашим производителям деревянных конструкций и норвежскому партнеру. В Российской Федерации, у себя в регионе, мы активно сотрудничаем с Министерством экономического развития и промышленности Республики Карелия, а также со всей инфраструктурой, которая так или иначе поддерживает наших экспортеров. Это и региональный центр поддержки экспорта, это корпорация развития, которая занимается привлечением инвестиций по принципу одного окна. С ней мы тоже активнейшим образом сотрудничаем. И благодаря этому, в принципе, палата может оказывать весь комплекс услуг участникам внешнеэкономической деятельности. Ну и, соответственно, у нас есть свой информационный ресурс, он очень давний, он претерпевает сейчас уже 5-ю реконструкцию. Вот, мы с 96-го года имеем свой информационный ресурс, где представители, участники внешнеэкономической деятельности и вообще представители бизнеса, как карельского, так и российского, могут получить информацию о тех мероприятиях, которые проходят в России, в Карелии, о том, чем занимается торгово-промышленная палата и весь наш комплекс услуг, который мы оказываем. Вот вкратце. Да. Нет, я уже все рассказал. Вкратце все.
Thank you, Mr. Pancato. It's very good to hear what you're doing, both of you, and to listen to the challenges and opportunities seen from a Nordic in Russia and a Russia towards the Nordics. It's clear to me that a lot of things are going on already, but also that there are a need to do more and need to do support in different aspects. And I think both of you also mentioned that even though you have your starting point in specific countries, you are open to a broader perspective, including not only for the Swedish-Russian Chamber of Commerce, not only Swedish perspectives, and for the Finnish Chamber of Commerce, not only Finnish perspectives. So we need to lift this up also, so we have activities and cooperation on all levels, from the very local levels to the macro-regional Nordic North-West Russia level. Let's start the dialogue between the two of you. I would like to focus a little bit on the different perspectives, but firstly, I would like to ask you, perhaps you could start, Jukka. What do you see as the main barriers? Where should we focus, and where can a more macro-regional cooperation assist in doing better cooperation and better business between our countries?
Thank you. My approach to this is that see the opportunities, not see the obstacles, but see the opportunities. We are here to think positive, I know, but that is not by title, it is by nature. There is only opportunities for Scandinavian, Nordic and Russian cooperation. Oftenly, when we talk about creating something new with Russians, the basic obstacle is the way of thinking, how to approach. And again, I repeat my message, see the opportunities both ways, from Nordic offer to the Russian opportunities, to opportunities in Russia, and also the Russian increasing opportunities offering something for the Nordic countries, and especially taking account the wooden construction, housing construction. This area will grow a lot, and both ways there is opportunities. Russia as a supplier, but Russia also as a resource, Russia as a market, Russia as a consumer, and also the other way, Russian products and know-how could be used with Scandinavian within Scandinavian business and projects. That shortly.
Thank you. And of course, I agree in that. Otherwise, I mean, if we weren't looking at the opportunities, if we weren't seeing the opportunities, we wouldn't have started this project. So I think that's a very good point. But still, there are things that we need in order to fulfill the opportunities. There are things we need to tackle. Mr. Pankratov, perhaps you can continue reflecting on the question.
Нет, я, во-первых, полностью согласен с Юкой Хутиным, что нужно смотреть на уже ближайшие возможности развития наших отношений с точки зрения деревянного домостроения, потому что сейчас происходят достаточно серьезные изменения непосредственно в России, прежде всего в законодательной сфере, в изменении нормативной базы, в изменении в подходах к деревянному домостроению. Поэтому это очень серьезно, это очень существенно. А трудности, они как раз прежде всего и возникали из-за того, что в первую очередь та нормативная база, в каком-то смысле общее отношение к деревянному домостроению было несколько иным, что затрудняло, безусловно, наши возможности и перспективы. Но когда мы говорим все-таки о возможностях, мы должны прекрасно понимать, что это процесс и достаточно длительный, и он основан, и прежде всего, наверное, основан как на доверии, так и на профессиональных компетенциях участников рынка. Поэтому вот те изменения в законодательстве, я немного их прокомментирую, потому что вот Сергей Рябцов, прошу прощения, Рябцовский, он очень точно назвал ряд ключевых моментов, которые сегодня определяют деревянное домостроение в Российской Федерации. Так вот, то, что принимается стратегия до 30 года, что неминуемо приведет к изменениям стратегии в регионах, потому что будет приниматься программа развития деревянного домостроения. Здесь явные налицо улучшения. Ну, во-первых, у нас появляется возможность, она уже точнее появилась, это заниматься строительством многоэтажных деревянных домов, что очень важно. Буквально 25 февраля в городе Сокол компания Сегеш Групп открыла современный завод по производству CLT-панелей. Это очень важный, знаковый момент, который позволяет начинать уже эту работу. Во-вторых, вот как уже говорила Вера, что рассматривается новая программа по ипотечному кредитованию по деревянному домостроению. Третий момент. Будут вноситься серьезнейшие изменения в СНИПы, которые будут закреплять преимущество заводских деревянных конструкций над какими-то кустарными. Это тоже очень важно для участников рынка. Далее, ну, я не буду перечислять все, потому что это, наверное, займет очень много времени. Я как бы на основных ключевых моментах попытался остановить свое внимание. Поэтому еще раз поддерживаю Юку Хутинена в плане того, что возможности расширяются. Но где есть возможности, там есть и риски. Поэтому, может быть, в дальнейшем мы, когда будем обсуждать все эти вопросы, мы остановимся на этих моментах.
Thank you, Mr. Pankratov. It's clear that changing regulation, changing demands, and so on, changing in financial instruments give a lot of new opportunities. I mean, we have heard about the new Russian regulation allowing wooden building up to 28 meters. Things are also changing in the Nordic countries. We have high rises in Norway, Finland, and Sweden. Not that much in Denmark so far, but it will come. It will come. So, as you have mentioned, both of you, a lot of opportunities are rising. So, one question here is also, how can we work together, and how can we create mutual benefits of that? And that points at differences in market access, the cultures of our countries, and different kind of practicalities. So what is your advice to Russian people going to the Nordic countries and Nordic people going to the Russian markets? What kind of cultural perspectives do they need to pay attention to, and what kind of practicalities do they need to respect? Perhaps you can reflect a bit on that.
Thank you. If I may start, shortly, know with whom you are dealing with. In Finland, we tend to, like any other Scandinavians also, we start selling before asking with whom are we talking about. And the Russians tend to use more time in knowing each other before talking about business or cooperation. Надо познакомиться, need to get acquainted. The market access after that becomes easier when you know how the other one, your partner, is thinking. What is he aiming for? What are his motives and what are his resources? What are his possibilities and things like that. So with Russians, take more time to show your softer side before start selling or talking about engineering, and be ready to spend that time for that. And for Russians, I would say the other way. Please understand the Scandinavians are a little bit different. They are more straightforward people, but at the end, it's easy to deal with the Nordic colleagues for Russians. Practicalities and all this paperwork or legislation or how to access the market, that will follow. There is organizations within Chamber of Commerce, within TPP, the Karelian Chamber. We both have a lot of contacts, and we just need to help any company to find the right partner to start a dialogue.
Thank you, Jukka. It's all about trust, and the way to trust is, well, somewhat different, but still the same. We need to get to know each other and get acquainted, and it takes time. So I also hope this dialogue today and the meeting today is helpful in that regard. Pankratov, your comments for this?
Да, конечно. Вы знаете, вот когда мы говорим доверие, безусловно, я уже об этом сказал, это очень важно. Но дело в том, что помимо того, чтобы знать друг друга, существуют еще и требования к продукции непосредственно, да, которые в Скандинавии и Финляндии достаточно жесткие. И например, вот я представляю региональную палату, и здесь я буду говорить, скажем так, за карельский бизнес, потому что в Карелии нет крупных промышленных предприятий, каркасного домостроения, домов из клееного бруса. У нас в основном занимаются этим малые предприятия. И поэтому, например, чтобы выйти на рынок Финляндии или Швеции, нужно отвечать очень серьезным требованиям, в частности, требованиям сертификации. Это то, что касается легализации продукции, это то, что касается сертификации сертификата Stress-Grade. И поэтому это очень большие затраты сами по себе. Поэтому, например, чтобы выйти на рынок Финляндии с одним домом, сейчас уже делаются попытки выхода нашими компаниями, изучается этот вопрос, идет серьезное взаимодействие между финскими и карельскими предприятиями, между норвежскими и карельским предприятием одного из членов нашей торгово-промышленной палаты. Так вот, для того, чтобы выполнить эти условия, эти требования по пиломатериалам, которые предъявляются, да, необходимо иметь хорошего заказчика на той стороне, чтобы, если закупать партию, которая дороже, безусловно, чем, скажем, пиломатериалы для российского рынка, то нужно иметь какой-то заказ, который мог бы заинтересовать на сегодняшний день наши заводы, карельские заводы, которые выпускают пиломатериалы такого качества, европейского стандарта. Понимаете? И плюс, значит, вот, например, если наше предприятие поставляет каркасные дома, скажем, в ту же Финляндию, то необходимо, чтобы на той стороне была строительная компания, которая могла бы доукомплектовать этот дом согласно спецификации и требованиям уже финской стороны, да, то, что касается окон, дверей, утепления, там, пол и так далее. То есть, чтобы строительная компания, насколько мне понятно, финны сами дома не собирают. То есть они всегда пользуются услугами каких-то своих компаний, которые им это обеспечивают. Вот. Скажем, в России там проще. Там частные заказчики, физические лица, они могут заниматься этим и самостоятельно. Вот. В Финляндии нет. Поэтому необходимо, чтобы найти вот такого представителя на финской стороне, который мог бы, конечно, вот эту работу организовывать. Это вторая проблема. Потом, например, для малой компании, которая занимается, ну, например, каркасным домостроением, и которая приобретает все материалы у других участников, например, там, плиты ВСБ, пиломатериалы, ей самой, например, получить сертификат легализации леса, FSC, это дорогостоящее занятие и длительное по времени. Вот. Это тоже одна из проблем. Потом еще, конечно же, проблема, это, если мы говорим о серьезном каком-то заказе, это, безусловно, проблема квалифицированных кадров. И это не только монтажники, рабочие, это и дизайнеры, это архитекторы. Вот. Поэтому здесь очень много вопросов, они все достаточно сложные, они не решаются в течение там, одного дня, даже нескольких лет. Поэтому это процесс, я уже об этом сказал.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of good inputs here. We don't have that much time left, but I would like to ask you one more question, and then I would ask one of the translators to inform me if the comments in Russian on the chat is questions we need to address. But please prepare for that following this, Olga or Ksenia. But I would like to ask you as a final question. So what could the next step seen from your position be to increase the cooperation? Do you have any plans? Do you have any requests for what to be organized? How can we increase and speed up the cooperation? Because certainly there are a lot of opportunities, but what are the next steps we need to take? Jukka.
Thank you. As Alexander Alexandrovich says that they are local Karelian chamber. Finnish Russian is a national chamber. We have a lot of programs, a lot of events, a lot of trainings, a lot of club meetings. But we also always take in account the potential in which sector there is opportunities to tell about, to spread the word about. We inform about the legislation. We have done this about this wooden construction during the years. When we organize our events or business missions, we always gather a target group considering the local offering. And of course, any time when visiting forestry regions, let it be Karelia or other Russian region with forestry, we always gather a delegation of forestry-related companies. This is shortly what we do all the time. Like I said in the beginning, it is a pleasure to say that you have a question about, if you have a question about how to enter, how to operate in Russian market, please turn to us, and please turn to the Karelian chamber. Please turn to the consular departments. We are always here to help. We are not doing, or let me put it the other way, we are hands-on helping companies to establish new contacts. And what is the next step? if there is companies who are in need of information or contacts, please share your question on the chat and we will pick it up. My colleague Alexei Kozlov is on the line and he will be picking, hopefully Alexei, picking up the notes and the potential contacts. And our chamber is doing concretical help for any company in any question. That is a big statement, but that is what we have done, and that is what our organization is here for.
Thank you, Jukka. And also now I got the interpretation from Ksenia saying that it is what's happening in the chat is actually companies providing information. So that's quite good. And we'll, of course, also from our side follow up on that. And later on in the program today, we'll also talk a little bit about how we would like to see this developing in the future. Alexandra, if you have any...
Спасибо. Да, я хочу поблагодарить Юку Хутинена за то, что он достаточно так сильно сказал, что все вопросы будут решаться, и я надеюсь, что они действительно будут решаться. И мы обязательно будем сотрудничать и с Финско-Российской палатой в Москве. Я уже сказал, что сегодня мы не просто предполагаем, что нужно делать. Сегодня вот мы работаем активно с нашими партнерами, выясняем те проблемы, которые есть у наших производителей, значит, деревянных домов, и пытаемся искать решение этих проблем, в том числе сотрудничая с нашим, как я уже говорил, представительством Российской Федерации в Финляндии. Дальше у нас есть очень хороший ресурс, это ресурс Российского экспортного центра. Вот на сегодняшний день уже создано единое окно, куда может обратиться любой предприниматель, любой бизнесмен с различными вопросами касаемо как вопросов документации, которые необходимы на рынке, как найти партнера, кто может помочь в поиске партнера и так далее. Региональный центр, как я уже сказал, поддержки экспорта есть и в Республике Карелия. Ну и еще раз говорю, для нас, для Карельской палаты, первоочередными являются, конечно, те партнеры, с которыми мы работаем на территории Финляндии по этому вопросу. Мы стараемся поддерживать постоянный диалог, благо на сегодняшний день ситуация такова, что видеоконференции можно проводить хоть каждый день, если на то существуют какие-то обоснования. Да? Ну и потом я еще хочу сказать, что существует много государственной поддержки на сегодняшний день, в частности у нас в регионе. Это и федеральная поддержка, и региональная поддержка, которыми как раз тоже могут пользоваться наши предприятия, занимающиеся домостроением. И палата здесь, конечно, активно консультирует их в этом вопросе. Ну и еще хотел сказать, что есть еще одно очень серьезное новшество. Республика Карелия 6 районами своими вошла в арктическую зону. Это, на мой взгляд, очень важный момент, потому что резидентам в арктической зоне предоставляются очень серьезные преференции различного рода. Поэтому мы надеемся, что среди резидентов арктической зоны в Карелии появятся и предприятия, которые будут заниматься деревянным домостроением. Кстати, мы приглашаем и наших партнеров из скандинавских стран к этой работе. Поэтому для нас не стоит вопрос, что мы будем предпринимать, потому что мы предпринимаем это в нашей работе, можно сказать, на постоянной системной основе. И я еще хотел бы заострить все-таки внимание, что вопрос образования, да, подготовки специалистов, он, конечно, очень важен. Не вопрос, а постоянное взаимодействие вот в таких вот встречах, видеоконференциях, когда появляется что-то новое, когда можно обсудить это, когда появляются какие-то конкретные проблемы, которые можно решать только на государственном уровне, и как объединять усилия для решения этих проблем. Вот для того и нужны такие встречи, для этого нужны вот такого рода проекты. Поэтому я благодарен на сегодняшний день всем организаторам и этой встречи, и участникам этого проекта, потому что это следующий шаг в будущее развитие домостроения, деревянного домостроения.
Thank you for those kind words, Alexander. I think you have confirmed that there's a huge potential and there are a lot of opportunities, and we just need to do it. Just do it, like in the commercial for Nike is saying. There are, of course, a lot of obstacles, but there are also a lot of workarounds. And of course, we haven't been able to look at all the workarounds today. But by Yuka and Alexander, we have got indication that you can just contact them, then they will assist you in doing stuff. And of course, also there are other actors and organizations in the Nordic-Russian cooperation that can be active. And we have some of them at the meeting today, for instance, the Swedish consulate in St. Petersburg, who are also active in this field. So that's also somewhere you can turn to. And now we have a question from Demis Kirev. Can anyone translate that? Olga? Yeah.
Всем здравствуйте. Можно задать вопрос здесь?
Yes, I guess that is what the Chamber of Commerce can be assistant in. Also, this point as a question that have been raised many times, not only today, but also at our previous meetings. The question on certification and how to have the right documentation and so on. I don't know, Alexander, Yuka, if you have a short comment for that right now. Otherwise, I suggest that you will go in direct contact. But short comments, Yuka?
This is concerning Sweden.
Прошу прощения, я не слышал вопроса.
Yeah, for me, if the question is about Sweden, for me, it's very hard to give any advice. Probably colleagues in the Swedish consulate could comment on this.
Yeah.
Я хочу сказать, что тот вопрос, который адресовался, в частности нам, вы можете его направить нам по электронной почте, пожалуйста.
Yes, thank you. Also, there's a possibility, of course, to contact the Swedish consulate in St. Petersburg. I think we'll have to stop this dialogue for now. Thank you, Alexander Pankratov and Yuka Huuttanen. It has been very interesting to have you in this dialogue, sharing some of your experiences and insights. We could have continued for a long time, but we have to move on in the program. Thank you so much. Yeah, and over to you again, Nikolai.
Thank you, Mads, and thank you for a very interesting dialogue. I really appreciate it. There were so many good findings, and I think there's a lot of that we can work on, all of us. We will now look into a short break. We are a little bit late of time, but it's not a problem. But I think that we should be here again 11:05. Please do not leave the meeting. Just mute or stop video because it's much easier for you when you come back. So let's all meet for dialogue 2 here at 11:05, 5 minutes past 11. Thank you, and remember to stretch your legs. in the break and go and get some coffee. Thank you. See you.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Ricky.
Hi, Richard.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nicola, are we good to get back going again?
Yes, I think so. As I cannot see if everybody's back, but a lot of people are. So I think we just have to start up again. And we're now gonna have this dialogue 2 from design to market, how to take wooden buildings and products from the design stage to Nordic and Russian markets. And the question is, can design unlock opportunities for collaboration? As you can see, Nick is back on stage. He was presenting earlier this morning. So Nick, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Nikolai, and welcome back, everyone. I hope you managed to get a good cup of coffee in the break. So for the second dialogue today, we've got some really interesting speakers from across the Nordics and in Russia as well. And we're going to talk about design and bringing products to market and buildings to life, both in Russia and the Nordics, and the differences in design culture and where the opportunities for cooperation are. So we have a couple of speakers today who I'll introduce. So the first is Richard Siren from Aalto High Tech in Finland. And Richard trained as an architect originally and is behind the wave-layered timber technology that Aalto High Tech work with. And Richard's going to talk to us a little bit about that and the journey that they have come on bringing this kind of innovative new glue-free wood construction product to market. And then we're going to hear some perspectives from Semron and Månsson. And we have Tobias and Senia from both the Malmö and St. Petersburg offices of Semron and Månsson. So we're going to hear some different perspectives there from a company, an architect firm that works both in Russia and in Sweden. And then we'll hear some commentary from Sandra Frank at Arvet, who are a Swedish developer behind some large wood construction projects, both in Sweden and internationally. And then we'll have a nice open dialogue about design culture and how we can learn from each other and that sort of thing. But I won't take up any more time introducing things. Let's get on with the discussion. And Richard Siren from Aalto High Tech is going to take the floor first. And I think probably, Richard, you want to share your screen.
Yeah.
So I will stop sharing mine. And Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation as well. Here we go. So indeed, just a small correction there. I'm not behind this invention of we call it wave layer timber, but it is Tapan and Janne Honkal who founded the company in 2017. They're a family of 6 generations of carpenters, and the company is based in Ostrobothnia, which is close to Kokkola and Vaasa. You can see there on the map. So here we see now at the factory hall, which is, we have a very large facility, which we don't use yet. We got to buy an old cheese factory in 2019, and hopefully we'll fill it with activity here in the coming years. Just shortly about the technique. So it's a glue-free massive wood structure. It's based on a drying technique and a compressing technique, which consists of shaping the lamellas with a wave profile, and then you compress it together and it keeps tight. And that's the whole idea basically. And here is a small easy scheme of how it's done. One of the very good things with this is you can make also curved shapes, and you can make it vertically, horizontally, so really large beams or curves, and also bridges. So, and you can make it very scalable, so it can be super large or very small, and you can build this from piece to piece on site or transport it in large elements.
And so we have basically two product lines that we are developing still. We don't have verified or certified products yet, but we'll have during this year still. So we have two lines, building and bridge. Talo and silta is Finnish for these words. And we have done since 2017 several pilot projects, you could call them, and which is an integral part of course, the R&D. Here is, for example, a guest house in Mäntsälä, which is 100 km from Helsinki. And this was done assembling piece by piece, which in this case was very slow, but at least we proved it. Here are some more pictures. And this is another case in Helsinki. Actually, it will be a 2-story apartment house with townhouse type flats. This is done with large elements, and you can see those elements down there to the right. And this is a small kindergarten pavilion in Toholampi, the village of the factory. And here we've used the curved shape, as you can see, and this is installed piece by piece as well. Currently we're building, I'm actually here at the moment in Lapland, a house where we use the WLT only as the only material for the exterior walls. So it's very thick, it's 35 centimeters, and the elements are about 2,000 kilos here because of the transport restrictions. It will be a funny house for a Korean. And a short introduction to the bridges as well. We're developing bridges from basically anything to about 35 meters. It could even be 50 meters. And the idea with this is that you can assemble them in places, on site, sorry, and from small pieces, obviously, so you don't have to have very large transport, and then you don't need a fixed foundation, which is maybe the biggest clue in this. So it's a very light structure with a suspension, like a secondary structure underneath. And we've developed a small tool on the internet, which you're free to try. It's a beta version indeed, but it's quite fun to play with, where you can see more or less how the dimensions comes with the length and the width. And this is a case in Muurame, which is close to Turku, Åbo. It's a 16-meter bridge, and it bears 150 kilos a square meter. So it's a very slender and nice structure there. And this year, actually in March, still, we're going to start a building project in Indonesia with a local architect who will also manufacture all the WLT from local softwood. And this is the idea to spread the technology, trying it with different woods, eventually globally. And this is the case here in Lapland, just some technical drawings of how it looks like. So we manufacture the components individually, and then we put it together, rather than making a panel first and cutting out. So it's a very easy manufacturing technique, which also means that the investment costs for setting up a factory are really small. So this would be a good way to add value to wood products for small and mid-sized companies. That's the idea as well. And so thank you very much. This is from today in Posio, these pictures.
Thank you very much. And thanks for getting out this morning and taking some pictures for us to share us some live shots from where you are. That's great. I wanted just to very quickly follow up on, you talked about sharing the design with Indonesia and using local woods there. I think it would be interesting for our participants around the Nordics and Northwest Russia to hear about what the possibilities are going forward to use the WLT design using local resources. And how you're moving towards kind of, selling the concept, but not necessarily.
Yes.
So perhaps you could elaborate on that.
You're on mute now, Nick.
Sorry, yeah, perhaps
Right.
you could just elaborate on that, Richard.
Yes. Okay, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Indeed, so we are basically So the company is fairly new, and the technique is new, and we're trying it, and we haven't got so far to verify these products yet. But indeed, we are developing products and production technology to manufacture this WLTE. And the idea is then to find partners for manufacture, and also house products or whatever products, and then through licensing, for example, sell this know-how.
Great. So I think a clear message there, if there's anyone around the Nordics and in Northwest Russia listening who's interested in this technology, perhaps Richard, you could put on the chat your contact details.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And also perhaps a link to this 3D online tool that you mentioned. And people can get directly in touch with you to hear about licensing opportunities in regard to that. Thank you, Richard. We're going to come back to this discussion, but I want to jump over now to Malmö, just over the bridge from where I am in Copenhagen, and to Tobias Lambert, and also Tobias's colleague Shana Ryabchenko in the St. Petersburg office, from Semron Manson. And as I said, Semron Manson is a Swedish architect with offices both in Sweden and in St. Petersburg and Moscow, as well as some small coverage in the Baltics, I believe. Tobias, I'm going to hand the floor straight over to you to talk to us a little bit about the challenges and opportunities you have working as a Swedish organization, an architect firm in Russia. Thanks.
Thank you, and thanks for having us. Let me see if I can share the presentation. See if that works. Yes, so my name is Tobias Lamberg. I'm the regional manager and principal architect of our Malmö office, and together with me in St. Petersburg is Xenia, who is the chief project architect at the St. Petersburg office. Semron Manson have been around for about 50 plus years now. We have offices in 3 countries and 6 cities, as you can see from the map. So we have in Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö. We have in Stettin in Poland, and St. Petersburg and Moscow in Russia. The firm has both architects, structural engineers, landscape architects, etc., as well as a BIM coordination agency and digital twin consultancy firm. And within the firm or the group, Semron Manson Group, we have approximately 230 employees. As a large firm, we of course work in several different areas. We of course work with residential housing, but also workplace, mixed use. Work quite a lot with healthcare and well-being, as well as educational, interior, and urban planning of public buildings. As you mentioned in the introduction, Nick, we have a long-standing collaboration between our Nordic or Swedish offices, as well as the offices in Poland and Russia. We have a motto saying that it's a Swedish design according to Russian regulations. So we collaborate on several projects throughout the year, and we've done so for almost 10 years now that we've had our Russian offices. So some of the projects you can see here on the right. One I can mention is the larger project in Torpedo in Moscow, which quite recently won the European Property Award for 2020. It is still not, I think, under construction, but it's finalized. So we collaborate on several projects each year, and with great results. So I'm just going to discuss a bit with or around why work with timber. I think previous speakers have probably talked about this today already, and one of the main driving factors, of course, is sustainability and health and well-being. But it's also the aspects of flexibility and economy. Wood timber, has in the long term a fantastic ability to be reshaped and redesigned, and allowing for cost-efficient repurposing of buildings in the long run. So if you have a certain function of a building as a residential housing, using timber in different parts of the structure, facilitates a redesign in, say, 40 to 50 years, where it's repurposed to other functions. Working with, for example, CLT, we can also reduce construction time by weeks or even months. As the CLT structure can be constructed, as Richard showed, much faster than using in situ concrete. The cost for basically heavy machinery and equipment, as well as the scaffolding, can be reduced significantly. And you can have, for instance, having a scaffolding structure moving up every, say, 3 or 4 days, instead of it moving upwards in 3 or 4 weeks. So those are important factors to think about when looking at timber, as well as learning a bit more about the economic side of those things. So what are the main challenges? Of course, it's fire and acoustics, which has always been the backside of using fire. Nowadays, we have much more efficient ways of looking at these issues. But on the one hand, fire has, or timber has a fantastic, resistance to fire when the surface is charred. But to get to a charred surface, you need to compensate for this in the dimensions. And that makes, sometimes it affects the sellable, lettable area of a space when you have to increase the dimensions. And of course, in terms of acoustics, we sometimes have challenges to create good acoustics, as timber does not always equal the same amount of mass as other structural materials. But again, there are now techniques where you can add on concrete, you can fill in with other materials to create this massing effect, and thus reducing any kind of vibration sound that might be an issue or a challenge in these type of buildings. Both in the Nordics and Russia, there are regulations that sometimes get in the way of enabling the use of timber and wood. I think more so in Russia than the Nordics, where I think regulation and progress have perhaps gotten a little bit further. But it's catching up, because where we see kind of more and more research studies and things like that, and the more and more we can show in actual projects how it can, meet up to the challenges, then enables it to work a bit more. So that was a bit about regulation. But I think one of the main challenges is the industry mindset. Right now, there's a lot of focus and there's a lot of trends surrounding timber and wood structures. However, looking at the industry as a whole, we need to change people's mindsets and see the potential of using structural timber or wood, both as an economic way, but as well as for sustainability. And in that terms, we're looking at what the way forward is. And we sometimes look at this, you look at timber and you can see it, okay, it doesn't fit into our normal strategies or the way we normally do it. But I think the way of meeting up to these challenges is to apply a conscious approach, where we don't look at, like right now, where we don't look at a timber as timber construction just because it's timber. We need to look at timber in the same way that we look at other structural materials and naturalize it so that it's part of the natural discussion when we're choosing our structural materials. And it shouldn't be just that we use timber as, for instance, perhaps a PR stunt to get a lot of publicity in terms of our firm is doing a lot of timber, or show it as conference. We need to spread it more in a widespread kind of concept where we can use timber much more widely. And the way to do this is, we believe that the hybrid timber construction is a way to focus our energy on moving forward. This way we can apply timber in as many areas as possible of the building, while still allowing for other materials to be used when applicable. For instance, when you have higher fire regulations, or you have a structure that is taller or more complex, where it is more efficient to use, for instance, concrete. It could be prefabricated, could be in situ. This way we can create an economic incentive and a project economy that can be replicated over and over again, changing the industry at a larger scale and making the hybrid timber structure the natural choice. So making timber, a natural choice when you're having the early on discussion on what material to use, and then looking at, okay, how does it fit in with the economy of the project? How does it work with the sustainable factors? How does this work with regulation? And finding out which parts makes the most use or the most efficiency, both in a structural manner, in a ecological way, in a social way, but also as, of course, the project economy of a project. And I'll hand over to my colleague now, Xenia, in St. Petersburg.
Thank you, Tobias. Я буду говорить по-русски, у нас есть переводчик. Наша фирма, как уже сказал Тобиас, обладает всеми инновационными технологиями для того, чтобы это направление развивать в России. Деревянное домостроение, деревянная архитектура. Тем более, что конкретно в нашей фирме в России у нас есть все необходимые специалисты для этого, и конструктора, и инженеры, и мы вместе со шведскими коллегами очень успешно, как уже упоминал Тобиас, сотрудничаем. К сожалению, на сегодняшний день мы в России видим, несмотря на нашу готовность, ряд препятствий, чтобы применять именно дерево, в архитектурных объектах. К сожалению, это наша нормативная законодательная база. И все, наверное, кто работает в России, наслышаны о жестких нормативах. Это ФЗ-123, который, к сожалению, нам очень сложно обойти. Это степень огнестойкости, предел огнестойкости нормируемый. Все преимущественно здания, многие, скажем так, школы, детские сады, которые в Европе уже давным-давно реализуются, в том числе в дереве, к сожалению, у нас невозможно реализовать, потому что преимущественно С0 и первая или вторая степень огнестойкости. Это вкратце, эту проблематику все знают. Поэтому, наша готовность есть, мы готовы продвигать это направление, но мы понимаем, что для того, чтобы сейчас двигать в дальнейшем прогресс, создавать в России, есть ряд моментов, которые нужно решать совместно с правительством, и прежде всего это нормативная законодательная база. Второй момент – это, конечно же, плотная работа со специалистами, то есть СТУ, потому что есть ряд примеров уже реализованных в России, на наш взгляд, удачных, и мы видели, что это возможно при желании, но при этом должна быть заинтересованность в том числе и инвесторов, и заказчиков. Например, это Михайловская дача в Санкт-Петербурге для студентов, общежитие для студентов СПбГУ. И также, например, в Казани это дворец водных видов спорта. Это действительно, на наш взгляд, инновационные проекты. Они отвечают всем экологическим требованиям, они отвечают современным тенденциям. И хотелось бы, конечно, чтобы с нашей помощью в том числе, потому что, опять же, у нас есть необходимый ресурс для этого, мы могли бы реализовывать в дальнейшем дальше такие проекты. Я думаю, что еще, конечно, это обязательно нужно обратить внимание на то, что требования к эвакуации, какое оборудование мы также применяем, то есть этот опыт перенять от шведских тоже коллег, посмотреть, как работают их пожарные специалисты. И, в общем-то, я думаю, что это вопрос не сегодняшнего, естественно, дня, а десятилетий вперед, но шаг за шагом мы считаем, что это направление поступательным движением можно развивать. Thank you, Tobias. Tobias?
Okay. See if here we go. Just want to show you a few examples of where we're looking at the designs that we're looking now with CLT and glulam beams. So this is in the south of Sweden, Västerport, where we're now in concept stage. This is for a school where we're using CLT timber. For this, even though sometimes dimensions can increase when using CLT, we have been able to reduce the area needed for the school by 25%. That is just using a smart concept for the building while still, so it's still possible to get cost-efficient buildings while using timber structure. This is a housing project for a competition that we did. It's a, I think, 8-story building with approximately, I think it was 60 apartments. Mainly in timber, but we used for, again, a hybrid solution, looking at the ground floor where we needed impact resistance from traffic, buses as such, using then concrete, having columns and concrete slabs at the ground floor, and then using timber and CLT on the upper floors. So here you can see it, the internal. Here we also, on the facade, we used a charred timber, thus reducing the demand for fire safety to the facade and using different types of chemicals to treat it with. So we only needed a small amount of that to live up to the standards for this. This is another project in Gothenburg, this one. It's in technical design now. I think it will be start construction work on it in later on this spring. It's for a life science center in the outskirts of Gothenburg. Basically, it's going to be mainly for commercial reasons, where you have offices, co-working, restaurants. As you can see at the lower image, it consists of multiple boxes that I kind of put together. And having a great collaboration discussion together with both developer, the structural engineers. Again, this is a hybrid construction, but looking at the image on the right, you can see that we ended up having the main structure as timber. And for this reason, it was actually more cost efficient, and it was as structurally sound to use timber columns and beams. When the structural engineer actually started to look at it, again, we need to look at the mindset, not taking out timber, but actually calculating. And if timber is the correct choice in a project, we should use it. If it is not, we should also use it in other parts, and being able to then exchange it with, for instance, concrete beams or such. Here you can see a bit of the examples where on the right-hand side, an interior image, where you can see that the lift shaft and the lift areas is done in concrete. Again, stairs made concrete, while other parts are made in timber. So it's looking at where we put the materials and where does the materials make the most sense, where is it most efficient, both in a structural way, but also in an economic and sustainable way. And with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, both Ksenia and Tobias. Just immediately to follow up, I wondered, we've talked a lot there about hybrid solutions. Perhaps one of the two of you could talk a little bit more about their application in the Russian market. I'm sure that would be of interest to our audience. Just any quick comments on what your experiences have been in trying to get hybrid solutions, both with timber and concrete, larger buildings into a Russian market.
I can answer. Is it okay if I answer in Russia?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. На сегодняшний день, как я уже сказала, у нас есть ряд проблем применения в России именно, да, таких глобальных проектов бетона и совместного конструктива бетона и дерева. На сегодняшний день, к сожалению, наша фирма еще только на пути к тому, что на старте, скажем так, для того, чтобы реализовывать такие проекты. Мы осознаем проблематику какое препятствие. Мы видели уже какие-то, скажем так, реализованные проекты в небольших форматах, и мы, наоборот, вот именно нашим посланием хотим показать, что мы способны двигаться в этом направлении в России и развивать. То есть, к сожалению, эта проблематика в России присутствует, что сейчас очень мало деревянного домостроения. Но мы смотрим вперед, мы смотрим в будущее, и мы считаем, что это огромнейший потенциал этого развития. Поэтому, наверное, скорее здесь наш месседж, что мы готовы, и у нас есть все необходимые ресурсы для этого, и инновационные технологии наших шведских коллег. Мы видим, что мы уже реализовывали очень успешно ряд совместных проектов. Мы показывали до этого, Тобиас рассказывал, также, где мы применяем наши инновации в российском дизайне, скажем так, архитектуре. И мы считаем, что именно в деревянном домостроении, то есть это также такой же путь, да, степ-бай-степ, продвигать это направление.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That's really interesting. I think it's clear as far as what I'm listening to that we're in the early stages and that perhaps hybrid is a good bridging mechanism to get into the design for wood in the Russian market. Thank you so much to both of you. We have about 10 or so minutes left in the discussion. And what I want to do is bring in Sandra Frank from Arvit. And by way of introduction, I'm just going to show a short video that introduces Arvit and Sandra's work. And I think I can do this now. 1 second. There we go.
This is Strandparken outside Stockholm, an apartment building 8 stories high, made entirely out of wood. A return to 1,000-year-old Swedish wood building traditions, but on a slightly grander scale.
For me to ask all my clients, can we not do this in wood instead?
Constructing wooden apartment buildings higher than 2 stories was forbidden by law in Sweden for over a century. That law changed 26 years ago, and now the amount of wooden apartment buildings have increased from 0 to 15%. It is worth remembering the enormous change in attitude this building represents. If you go back no more than 10 years, wood was a material that was generally regarded by the construction industry as old-fashioned and very weak and very rural. Concrete was the material of choice, urban, strong. But now, look at this. Building an 8-story high building 10 years ago would have been regarded as total nonsense. So that's the greatest feat, the change in attitude.
There we go. And that is Strandparken on the outskirts of Stockholm in Sweden, and something that Sandra's been absolutely instrumental in developing. So Sandra, I wanted to jump over to you. Let's hear some comments on what we've heard so far, and perhaps a little introduction to where Strandparken's at now, and some of your new projects as well. I know you've got a lot to share.
Thank you, Nick, and everybody. That was really good to hear, and I was very happy to see the new material, which is both very smart and beautiful, and also the Semyon Monson, all these projects and the process going on in Russia. That's so nice to see. We built the first house in Strandparken in 2013. The people moved in there, so it's been almost 8 years now, and we still learn from those houses. There's been a lot of research. We've had visitors from 150 different countries, and those houses has really taken us around the globe to talk about why we did it and how we did it and what we've learned. And at that special place, we built 2 houses. And at the time, we were we were both developers and contractors, which gave us so much knowledge in how to do it the best way, but also, and very important, all the costs. And what we could see is that the first house here, the whole development is actually 7 houses, but 2 of them is made totally out of CLT. And then it's a garage underneath all seven of those houses. And we started off building on top of the garage at the same time as another concrete house that's exactly the same design. And our customers moved in after 7 months, while the other house, the traditional one in steel and concrete, took 21 months, which is 1/3 of the time here. And to us as a developer, being able to prefabricate as much as possible up north in Sweden, where we have lots of labor, the forests are there, the industry is there, a lot of knowledge and an old tradition in living from the forest and using those materials was really a fantastic way. So in the first house, we did some changes until the second house, because we could see what we we wanted to prefabricate as much as possible off-site. So, but still the first house, it took us 7 months, and we raised the first wall until the people actually moved in there. And I'm really happy to see the movie again that you showed. It's not made up by us, but by Swedish Institute. And also thinking about what this old picture as concrete as something new and modern, and timber as something old, unfashionable, and for poor people. And today I can see, when we go in globally, it's the total opposite. Concrete is the old and material, and timber and wood is the modern. It's made with a millimeter precision. We have never built a house with that high quality as Strandparken. And also talking about, we've been to UN Habitat in Nairobi a couple of times, just to talk about the future building material, the future normal building material, and that's definitely, and talking about all our 17 SDGs, the global goals that we have to follow and to be guided by, that timber is one of our only total renewable building material. And we have been talking a lot about we need to grow our future cities, which means that we cannot, and I think the prices on all the fossil materials like concrete and glass and steel, which is materials that will never grow back again, that price will increase rapidly in just a couple of years.
Yeah, I think we're coming around to that economic case really changing. Definitely. I think we're really running against the clock, as is so common with these sessions. But what I want to do is go around the table again between the 5 of us here, and just ask a little bit about, very quickly, you've got keep these answers as short as possible, but in terms of design culture between the Nordics and Russia, what can we learn from each other, and where are the key areas as you see them for cooperation and moving forward? And I'm going to go over to Richard in Finland first, if he's still with us. I know he has to get back to a building site as a matter of urgency.
I'm here, yes, absolutely.
But you're still there, Richard, great.
Yep.
Design culture, learning from each other, ways forward, in 30 seconds if you can, sir.
Please take somebody else here in between. I need to reconfigure.
Yeah, absolutely. Tobias or Ksenia?
Yeah, sure. I think we have a long-standing collaboration with Russia, but I think the main factor is we need to increase the amount of timber bins and wood bins, like Sandra was talking about. And one way of doing this is looking at the hybrid, because we need to make timber or wood a natural choice, not so it's just a publicity stunt or anything like that. And I think with the knowledge we have in the Nordics, with working with timber, with the knowledge we have in Russia, I think we can, increase the collaboration between the regions and between that, and looking at, okay, how can we, piece by step, increase the amount of buildings and pushing maybe legislation and regulation in Russia towards being able to use more timber.
Great. And Ksenia, anything to add there?
Я абсолютно согласна с Тобиасом, как я уже говорила, что с нашей стороны, с российской стороны, инновационные технологии мы используем, естественно, от наших шведских коллег, потому что у них уже колоссальный опыт реализации. А что касается с нашей стороны, наша задача — это работать с нашей нормативной базой, с нашими специалистами по пожарной безопасности, потому что на сегодняшний день в России есть специальные технические условия, которые разрабатываются к проекту и которые помогают внедрять как раз шаг за шагом такие решения. Не все можно на сегодняшний день обойти, но многим можно работать. И это как раз для нас, скажем так, такая лазейка для того, чтобы внедрять все больше и больше дерева в архитектуру и в деревянное домостроение.
Brilliant. It seems like the tide is slowly turning in terms of that regulation, and we just need to keep chipping away at it. Sandra, and I'll come to Richard last. In terms of design cultures and ways forward in terms of international cooperation, any quick comments?
Just speaking from the Swedish side and the culture, I think it's finally it's more important now to introduce the collaboration a lot more. It's the collaboration between the architect and the structural engineer, which is so much more important that we work together at a very close stage, and also the developer and the contractors, and also seeing that we could all knowledge from different perspectives to join them in a very early stage. That will reduce the costs a lot.
Brilliant. And Richard, for a final comment, and then I'm going to quickly wrap up.
Yeah, from our perspective, what we're trying to do is to create a really easy to manufacture product. If we compare, for example, with the CLT, which is a great product, it's quite costly to invest in manufacture facilities. And we would like to reach out to small and medium size, for example, sawmills in the world, and also release or make possible to use lesser graded wood and in principle softwoods. And if we create a nice product, it will be as nice as to play with the Lego, basically.
Amazing. So I think we have a pretty clear call from everyone discussing here today that covers the whole breadth, from small sawmills that we can work with Aalto High Tech and licensing that design and using that wood locally, right up to, let's use those hybrid solutions in the big buildings, both in Russia and in Sweden, through Summer and Monson. And as Sandra put it, collaborate, not just across borders, but across different parts of the supply chain. I think on this call today, I'm looking at 54 participants. I think we've got people from local governments, we've got people from national governments, we've got people from small scale producers, designers, to the factory owners. Let's make those connections, and ultimately that can help bring us all forward on this agenda. So thank you very much for listening, and to Sandra, Tobias, Ksenia, and lastly to Richard for taking part and sharing your perspectives. If it's okay with the four of you, I'll post your contact details on the chat, or you can do that yourselves, so that people in the audience can reach out to you directly to hear more about some opportunities to work together in the future. But thank you very much. I'm going to hand back over to Nikolai, who's going to take us on to the next session. But thank you for your participation. And
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Nick, for good chairing after this session. And I think, again, it was a very interesting topics and discussions that you have made here. We're now turning into dialogue 3. Dialogue 3 is about doing it. What is the market drivers, the competency building, and the linking the R&D and production together? What is the view of companies and universities on the market drivers in Nordic and Russia, and how can we link this to the R&D to production while growing competency in the wood construction work phase? To chair this, I have asked Alberto Giacometti. Alberto is a research fellow at Nordregio and applied research, which is an applied research organization based in Stockholm, as you know. Alberto comes from a long family tradition in the wood and forestry industries in Italy and South America. Through Nordregio, Alberto is active in the transformation towards circular economy in the Nordic countries, the Baltic Sea region, and in Russia. And he is also involved in promoting youth engagement around the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So please, Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. I hope you hear me well. Yes. Yes, so just before I start, I know we have some people just joining in, so particularly Toivo, who will be part of this session. If you click at this globe function, you will be able to listen to English when speakers speak in Russian. If you have any trouble, just send a text. And this session, as it tells in the title, it's trying to cover a variety of themes, but essentially, how do we do it? What are the market drivers? And well, we've spoken a lot today about knowledge and what does these new opportunities mean in terms of new technologies, innovation, and of course that requires plenty of experimentation, research, and education. So we would like to know a bit more from a perspective of both a company we have here today, and also from an education perspective. So without much more delay, I'll first like to introduce Toivo Littikainen. He is Finnish, has a company, Scandic Construction, based in St. Petersburg, mostly serving the Norwegian market. So a true Nordic-Russian collaboration represented here. Scandic Construction is producing prefab houses, starting initially with small parts, roofs, and so on, and then extending to full houses. But well, we will hear more from Toivo. So please introduce you, Toivo. You are welcome to introduce your company, and then we can go through some questions.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now sharing your slides.
Yeah, thank you, Alberto, and hi to everybody. As we heard, we have our company. It's called Scandic Construction, and we came to Russia. It was 2001, I think. And what was the idea of this company? It was a little bit nice history behind us, because our owners was there in Norway, and they had a big project in Norway. They planned to build, I think it was 530 small huts. and they looked the prices in Norway and Sweden and Finland, and they thought that it's too expensive to order these huts from Norway. And they had some business in Russia, in St. Petersburg. They owned a business center, and they also had some properties outside of the town. And then they just decided, let open a temporary factory in Russia and just build those 530 huts and then close the factory. So it was just a one-time investment. And yes, then they asked me if I could join the team because I could do some Russian and had some background in computers, and then we started in Russia, and it was really interesting time. We just both used machines and spent as little money as possible for the factory, and we started to produce these huts, and afterwards we understood that it's going pretty well, and we thought that maybe it's also idea to build or to start to sell houses in Norway. And that's the in short history of our company. And if you take the next slide, here you can see the factory area. It's we have the plant is our own. In the site is 4 hectares, and if you see that that brown or black roof, that's the original factory what was bought in 2000. It was an old Soviet time plywood factory what was never running. Actually, it was half ready, and we started and today we have expanded quite much, and we have all those. You can see the photo here. If you take the next slide, so we can. And the business concept is because we were operating in Russia and exporting everything to Norway, we had a little bit problems with the Norwegians. They of course they thought that you never can get any good quality from Russia, and of course with this 530 huts we hadn't that problem because it was our own project. But afterwards, when we are selling to some private people houses, they're always like, okay, it's from Russia, no thanks. It can't be good quality. And that's why our business concept is pretty much what is written here. The thing was that we always have had the European management here in Russia. And that's not because you can't trust the Russian people or so on, but it was just to make those clients more like it's something that if they understood that somebody from Europe is in the factory, it was for them easier to buy the house. And okay, that was that. And we also had I think it was the first prefab factory who got the SINTEF certification for element houses, and we understood that we have to have it because it's such a good selling argument if you have the certification, Norwegian certification, that our elements and our houses are what are required in Norway. And SINTEF, they come to our factory once per year, and they are checking really like carefully everything, and the materials and the certificates and labels and the processes and so on. And of course the price is always really important, and that's why we are industrial, cost efficient, high quality production. If you take the next slide. Our products. The main product is prefabricated houses, all kind of houses made of wooden elements. And the next one is facade panels for for bigger buildings. And the third one is bathroom units. So and some key figures. We founded, we bought the place in 2000, and then we built these huts, and then we started established the company Nordic Construction in 2002. And turnover is over 12 million euros now. And the production volume or capacity is 200,000 square meters elements, and that's, if you think like normal 2 floors houses, it's about 450 houses per year, and about 500 bathroom units. And we have like 200 employees, and we belong to a concern, Victoria. It's located in UK. And Norwegian brands are ABC Hus and the Beacon Element. Take the next, and here is some how it the history. And as I said, we in the investments was really, I think we invested like 100,000 euros for the first factory. And after that, we understood that we have to have some 3D CAD programs and CNC machines and so on. So we started a little bit to try out how it works to automate and modernize the factory. And of course, if you think about the 2000 in Russia, then the labor cost was really low. I think it was 10 or 20 times less than today. And the material prices, wood, timber price was also really low. So then it was not so necessary to have super modern factories. But today, if I compare Russia, for example, with Finland or Estonia, Latvia, so there's not so big difference anymore. So we have to compete with these countries, and we have to have a modern factory. Yes, if you take the next. And here you can see some pictures. 2000, first thing we started was actually log house production. It's real traditional Russian log houses, and I can say that the Russians, they are super professional. If you think about log houses which are built in a traditional way. That was the first product what we exported to Norway. And in 2010 we started the factory. You can see how it looked like. It's used things from Europe, from Finland. Everything was just like crap, but we put it together and built those huts. And here you can see the pictures from the factory at that time. We also produced all the windows. It was the Norwegian traditional outward opening window. And so we had an element factory and a window factory that time. Next. Yeah, and 2004 we then started. We just thought that we have to try. We produced, this is a really traditional Norwegian house, and we built 30 pieces of this and sold it pretty. It was good price we gave to the Norwegians, and we had some people who was take the risk and bought those, and it was also really succeed. So then afterwards we decided to continue. Next. And 2006 we got the synthetic certificate for element, and so on. Yeah, we started to buy some more modern machines. And 2013-15 we then expanded the factory and bought these very well-known German production lines from Weimann, which are CNC machines and also those cutting saw machines. And 2016 was the last steps. It was the bathroom cabins, which are now a part of all our houses. So in a house where you have 2 floors, we usually deliver also 2 bathroom cabins. Yes, thank you. That was shortly about us.
Thank you very much, Toivo. That's a very interesting story of how you started with the idea of being a temporary industry led mostly by cutting costs, as I understand from your speech, but deciding to stay and overcoming also some of these perceptions of bad quality and so on. But so if you could tell us just a bit more how now you said, well, you were led by these economic incentives to be there, but how does it work with now you have certifications and so on, but how did you go there in terms of technology, labor, training of the personnel? How is the situation, generally speaking?
Yeah, it was that was actually the worst thing, because you had the materials, you had also the machines, but it was hard to find any carpenters in Russia at that time, and actually today too. And what we did, I think we were 10 or 12 young boys, if you call it, from Nordic countries, and we just produced the first huts by ourselves. And then we started to employ some Russians and also from Uzbekistan and other countries around Russia. And what we did, we just worked with them and showed them, like by hand, what is important, how you have to work with the machines, with the tools, and what are the quality requirements and what is important, and also not just like some rules about millimeters or something, but also what is the mindset of the Nordic people, what is important for a Norwegian, because the understanding is so different. And if I say it's also a big difference between Norway and Finland, and if you go to Russia, it's a huge difference what people think about what is important in a house. And if you think about Norwegians, they are really special people. For them, the house is like a furniture. Usually for people, the house is like a house, but for Norwegian, it's like a furniture. And they go around their house and they check like the claddings, outside claddings, and surfaces, and they feel the surface. Are they like smooth enough, and all kinds of like distances between the window and the cladding are exactly 7 millimeters, or is it 12 millimeters? So we got so many reclamations about things like that, and to transfer this like kind of mindset over to the workers, what is like important, because it's kind of hard to check the quality if you can't measure it. If you have to just get like understanding what is beautiful, what the Norwegians things are beautiful. And that's, I think it's just if you work with the peoples and you are there with them and you can explain them at this. Also, for example, that in Russia, if you think about cladding, exterior cladding, wooden. So the Russian thinks that you have to be like smooth, you have to, but in our countries it has to be roof. And that's things like that. What is the good quality? What is? I think that was the hardest thing. And actually, we have employed all our workers straight from the street without any. They don't have any degree from trade school or whatever. You actually can't find them here. Maybe you can find some who are like can build stone houses or brick houses or concrete houses, but wooden prefab element houses, that's like I haven't
Thank you very much, Toivo. Please stay with us. Now you have tell us a little bit of how you experience from a company perspective, the labor market and so on. Now I would like to give the floor also to Evgeny Mikhailovsky from the University of Northern Arctic Federal University, and also supporting the Pomorinovo Les forest cluster in the Arkhangelsk region, and we will hear a little bit more from Evgeny and colleagues, the research they are doing and the work they're doing at the university level around wood construction. So let's listen to this other perspective. Evgeny, are you ready? The floor is yours.
Добрый день. Меня слышно хорошо?
Yes.
Да. Я бы хотел прежде всего представить университет. У нас здесь собралась целая команда. И это и Гловацких Наталья, Фролова Мария, Лабудин Борис и Карельский Александр. Ваша конференция вызвала достаточно живой интерес среди наших сотрудников университета. Поэтому мы здесь все вместе, мы постараемся вам рассказать о том, что мы делаем, кого мы готовим и как мы обеспечиваем предприятия лесного комплекса специалистами. Прежде всего об университете. Это порядка 20 тысяч обучающихся, 2500 сотрудников. Это 7 основных направлений, 7 высших школ. Это от IT-специальностей, судостроения, подготовки педагогов, экономики, и, конечно, высшая инженерная школа готовит у нас в том числе и специалистов по работе с лесом, причем во всех практически сферах. И хотелось бы особо сказать, как мы строим свою работу по связям с отраслями, со своими промышленными партнерами. Университет стал инициатором создания 3 кластеров. Это судостроительного, это лесного кластера и рыбопромышленного. И все предприятия, это порядка больше 100 компаний, являются партнерами университета и активно с ним взаимодействуют. В частности, мы регулярно встречаемся с предприятиями лесного сектора. Мы точно знаем, что они хотят. И на прошлой неделе был очередной круглый стол по потребности, кадровой потребности предприятия лесной сферы, какие специалисты нужны, какого качества, в каком количестве. И держать руку на пульсе для нас это правило, которое мы применяем в своей работе. Наталья Гловацких сейчас вам расскажет о том, кого готовим, как готовим. Дальше мы вам расскажем еще больше информации об университете.
Спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Традиционно Архангельская область это всегда была лесным регионом, и поэтому вполне естественно, что в данном регионе был лесотехнический институт, который в свою очередь в будущем впоследствии стал государственным университетом, и потом мы все объединились в большой федеральный вуз, в котором сейчас все и работаем, это Северный Арктический федеральный университет. Помимо того, что я являюсь заместителем директора высшей инженерной школы, я еще являюсь доцентом кафедры лесозаготовительных и деревоперерабатывающих производств. Традиционно наша кафедра готовит специалистов для лесной отрасли. У нас, в принципе, начали подготовку первую с 1929 года, то есть опыт очень большой, накоплен, колоссальный. Много научных разработок в данных отраслях лесного сектора. Соответственно, специалисты наши выходят это от прям непосредственно из леса, то есть мы занимаемся лесозаготовкой, поставкой лесоматериалов, обработкой лесоматериалов и производством готовой продукции, в том числе и для изготовления деревянных домов. В свое время на нашей кафедре реализовывался профиль деревянного домостроения, но по счастью, мы потом объединились в высшую инженерную школу, в которой есть такое направление, как строительство, и поняли, что невозможно необъятного. и все-таки решили специализироваться на нашей кафедре именно на лесозаготовке и деревопереработке, то есть подготовкой продукции для изготовления домов, а уже непосредственно заниматься деревянным домостроением в том формате, как это хотелось бы видеть на высоком уровне, мы передали на кафедру, которая реализует направление подготовки строительства. Это кафедра инженерных конструкций, архитектуры и графики. Я думаю, что название кафедры само за себя и говорит. Здесь есть два представителя этой кафедры. Именно сейчас по этой кафедре идут основные научные исследования, выполняются дипломные проекты, курсовые проекты, так или иначе связаны с деревянным домостроением и развитием этой отрасли как в нашем регионе, так и в России в целом. Поэтому позвольте передам слово коллегам с этой кафедры. Да?
Уважаемые коллеги, Лабудин Борис Васильевич, профессор кафедры инженерной конструкции, архитектуры и графики. Я работаю почти уже 50 лет на этой кафедре, и за это время мы подготовили очень много специалистов в области строительства. И последние годы занимаемся подготовкой не только бакалавров, инженеров, магистров, но и кандидатов и докторов наук. У нас, у меня лично 6 кандидатов наук. Мы готовим кадры высшей квалификации, которые занимаются в основном проблемами и исследованием деревянных конструкций, деревокомпозитных конструкций, соединений, элементов зданий и сооружений. Успешно проходят защиты, функционирует диссертационный совет, который как раз помогает нам в успешном завершении при подготовке этих кадров. Непосредственно какие работы мы делаем? Мы проводим исследования и осуществляем научно-техническое сопровождение многих проектов, которые реализуются в нашей стране. Когда-то Архангельск был площадкой для домостроения, причем домостроение реализовывалось как в жилых зданиях, так и в общественных и производственных. Более 10 тысяч квадратных метров перекрытий из склеенной древесины было на заводах номер 2. Это была когда-то экспериментальная база ЦНИМОДа. Третьего лесозавода на ЛДК Ленина и других заводах. Эти конструкции работают до сих пор, и мы осуществляем их мониторинг. Когда-то крупнейший на севере дворец спорта был перекрыт вместо стальных конструкций клеенными. Это пролет 63 метра, самый крупный пролет. Авторы проекта получили за это государственную премию. То есть я хочу сказать, что Архангельский лесотехнический институт, далее Госуниверситет и сейчас уже в настоящее время Северно-Арктический федеральный университет продолжает те традиции, которые были заложены специалистами, учеными в области древесиноведения, в области технологии производства конструкций для домостроения. И в настоящее время, я говорю, что осуществляет исследования с современными материалами, с клеенными, с перекрестно клеенной древесиной, не только в области применения, не только в области малоэтажного домостроения, но и многоэтажного. Аспиранты нашей кафедры, и слева от меня заведующий кафедрой, он является соискателем и докторантом занимается как раз исследованием конструкций для высотного строительства. Он побывал, в частности, в Норвегии, я думаю, в Швеции, по-моему, да? И как раз я точно был и видел все эти здания, мне очень понравились, они уже в то время, около 10 лет назад. Многие заводы посетили мы в Норвегии, Финляндии, в Швеции как раз по производству и элементов для домостроения, и для конструкции, для высотного строительства. Я полагаю, что если мы будем осуществлять дальнейшее сотрудничество, как в области совершенствования нормативной базы, в области совершенствования и продвижения технологий, оборудования для домостроения, мы сделаем определенный прорыв. В свое время, даже в советское время, мы сотрудничали и с Финляндией, и с Швецией, и Норвегией. В настоящее время в основном работаем с норвежскими специалистами, хотя бываем и в Финляндии, и в Швеции. Спасибо. Передам слово Александру Викторовичу Карельскому, заведующему кафедрой инженерной конструкции, архитектуры и графики. Правильно я сделал?
Здравствуйте. В целом Борис Васильевич рассказал направление работы нашей кафедры. Немножко, может быть, более углубленно. На данный момент мы на кафедре работаем в двух направлениях. Одно из направлений – это сохранение ретро-древесины. Это сохранение древесины памятников культуры, которые расположены у нас на севере. Здесь достаточно интенсивно в старые времена развивалось деревянное домостроение. Эти памятники сохранены, у нас сделан музей. И наши специалисты как раз и занимаются сохранением этих памятников и исследованием. И второе направление, это вот современное направление, это деревянное домостроение с использованием СЛТ-панелей, то есть перекрестных клееных панелей, которые используются в качестве перекрытий, в качестве ограждающих конструкций стен. Мы сейчас изучаем физико-механические свойства таких панелей. Мы изучаем элементы перекрытий, какие они могут быть, как могут опираться на балки, на колонны, какие стыки, узлы могут быть. Разрабатываем эти стыки и узлы. Сейчас вот у нас несколько патентов на кафедре разработано вот по этим узлам и стыкам. И если кого-то из коллег заинтересует вот именно такое вот направление, мы бы с удовольствием, конечно, бы с вами бы сотрудничали. Я как понимаю, у нас время ограничено, поэтому спасибо за внимание.
Передаем слово Фроловой Марии. Она расскажет о том, что традиционно наш регион являлся... Все, что строилось в Архангельской области, строилось только из дерева. В основном из дерева. Поэтому важно не только строить новое, но еще важно его уметь сохранять, смотреть за ним и помогать тем сооружениям жить достаточно долгое время. Поэтому Мария в этом деле большой специалист, один из лучших специалистов в университете, поэтому она расскажет о своей работе.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Рада приветствовать вас на этом тематическом семинаре. Действительно, хотелось бы дополнить ту качественную роль университета, которая является вот как раз в сохранении и создании новых объектов деревянной инфраструктуры. Я бы хотела рассказать немножко о деятельности, о создании такого уникального подразделения, которое с июля месяца существует на базе нашего университета. Это кафедра ЮНЕСКО, которая занимается как раз изучением и сохранением тех уникальных технологий, традиционных технологий по сохранению объектов культурного наследия на арктических территориях. Вот у меня краткая презентация, я буквально пару слов скажу о создании данной кафедры. Это был достаточно длительный процесс. В течение нескольких лет мы совместно с нашим Министерством культуры Российской Федерации при поддержке экспертного сообщества ЮНЕСКО и КАМОС организации при ЮНЕСКО мы готовили специальную заявку. Мы действительно поняли, что создание такого ресурсного центра, который бы координировал деятельность в области сохранения объектов культурного наследия именно арктических территорий, будь то деревянные, будь то каменные, создание такого центра будет действительно очень актуальным, потому что такого центра, по крайней мере, поддержанного ЮНЕСКО, сейчас кроме нас не существует. Итак, 13 июля 2020 года было подписано двустороннее соглашение между генеральным секретарем ЮНЕСКО и непосредственно нашим ректором университета Еленой Владимировной Кудряшовой, после чего мы можем сказать о том, что официальный старт кафедры ЮНЕСКО был дан, и мы сейчас осуществляем определенную деятельность. Кратко я представляю на данном слайде структуру нашей кафедры, то есть это не только кафедра в общем понимании, да, это межуниверситетская организация различных кафедр и даже различных высших школ в составе нашего университета, поскольку цель существования данной кафедры очень обширна. Это сохранение объектов культурного как материального, так и нематериального наследия. Сюда входят и историки, и археологи, и материаловеды, и архитекторы. Так что, как вы видите, область деятельности нашей кафедры и количество экспертов, вовлеченных в деятельность этой кафедры, достаточно обширно. Это наши партнеры, которые я представляю на слайде. Это не все партнеры, это только самые основные. Как вы видите, здесь представлены и федеральные государственные бюджетные учреждения. Это и Соловецкий историко-культурный музей Соловецкого монастыря, также это Кижи, всемирно известный памятник ЮНЕСКо. Соловки тоже являются всемирным памятником ЮНЕСКо. Кроме того, у нас входят в наши партнеры и национальные парки, культурные резерваты, природные резерваты. Это и Русская Арктика, и Кинозерье, и Малые Карелы. Достаточно развита сеть сотрудничества с нашими циркумполярными партнерами. Я имею в виду и Норвегию, и Финляндию, и Швецию. Кроме этого, про основные задачи и направления я, наверное, говорить не буду. Если вас это заинтересует, я могу ответить на вопросы затем, или вы можете написать мне по контактам, которые были отсвечены на слайде ранее. Также представляю наших партнеров, наиболее наших стратегических и первостепенных партнеров, с которыми очень часто общаемся. Сейчас пару слов буквально о тех проектах, которые у нас осуществляются. Первый проект, который был именно в области культурного наследия, очень интересный проект. Он сейчас в мае 2020 года был закончен. Мы разрабатывали специальные рекомендации, как мы можем оценивать риски изменений в результате изменения климата, как они влияют на объекты культурного наследия. С нашими партнерами европейскими, это и Исландия, и Шотландия, и Норвегия, мы разработали специальный гайд, который позволил нам провести специальную оценку и применить ее на специальных объектах, которые были выбраны. В частности, от России это был выбран Соловецкий историко-культурный музей-заповедник. Далее хотелось бы сказать пару слов еще о тех новых проектах, которые осуществляются на базе нашей кафедры. Первый проект стартовал в ноябре 2020 года. Это сохранение объектов культурного наследия и разработка эффективных решений по сохранению этих объектов. Нашими партнерами являются Финляндия, университет Оулу, и Арктический университет Норвегии. В рамках данного проекта мы изучаем европейский опыт на объектах всемирного наследия, который был применен, я имею в виду, это Рахе, это Финляндия, и Норвегия. Местечко, забыла сейчас, как называется, к сожалению, там тоже деревянное домостроение, деревянный город. Вот. И в частности, мы создаем так называемую интерактивную виртуальную карту по объектам Архангельской области. Мы визуализируем, создаем 3D-модели наиболее перспективных и требующих вмешательства, утрачиваемых в ближайшее время наших объектах Архангельской области. То есть ведем такую достаточно интересную, серьезную работу. Кроме этого, еще один проект, это не научной направленности, он образовательной направленности, поскольку партнеров достаточно много, 12, 5 из них Европейский Союз. И этот проект был поддержан в рамках программы очень серьезной европейской Capacity Building Sustainable for Architectural Heritage. И мы используем данный проект как ресурс для создания образовательной программы совместной, которая будет направлена на изучение и сохранение объектов культурного наследия с учетом тех рекомендаций ЮНЕСКО и ЕКОМОС, которые были разработаны. Кроме того, на базе нашей кафедры мы осуществляем консультационную поддержку проектной деятельности, которая осуществляется в рамках специальных объектах, я имею в виду объекты культурного наследия ЮНЕСКо. Мы работаем достаточно плотно с Соловками, потому что сейчас там активно ведется новое строительство. И, естественно, мы разрабатываем в рамках научной деятельности, мы разрабатываем новые покрытия, новые материалы, которые возможно с учетом физико-химических характеристик поверхности применять для реконструкции и реставрации объектов культурного наследия. Огромное спасибо за внимание. С удовольствием ответим на все ваши вопросы. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your interesting introduction to all the work that you do in Arkhangelsk, and I think it's very educational to hear how there's so much cooperation ongoing already with many European partners and from in the various perspectives around wood construction, wood heritage, and so on. We are running very short of time, but still I would like to ask just a few questions. We've been speaking a lot today about the new wood construction sector and how the trends are moving on. So my first question would be, in what way is the university perhaps adapting to the new types of skills that are needed for modern construction, and perhaps also if you also have some kind of cooperation with industry and companies, and what kind of possibilities would you have or companies will have to be in contact with the university to potentially develop such skills or training programs. I don't know, whoever from your team that is would like to answer to these two questions.
Давайте я попробую ответить. Если захотят добавить, мои коллеги добавят. Ну, прежде всего, вот, при взаимодействии с промышленным кластером у нас вот, в прошлом году была сделана следующая работа. Мы сделали порядка 4 типовых проектов домов возможного типового применения, которые можно распространять на территории нашей области. Причем они были сделаны в различных вариантах исполнения по фундаменту, по ограждению. То есть формально всего получилось порядка 16 проектов. И эти проекты можно по тепловым характеристикам, по характеристикам фундаментов, по несущей нагрузке стены, крыши можно спокойно совершенно применять, взяв эти проекты за основу в Архангельской области. Это была просьба региональной администрации, мы ее сделали, и эта работа уже сегодня проведена. Формально вот эти проекты можно применять на практике. Вторая история, это касается, конечно, подготовки кадров. Технологическая революция в разы сокращает количество занятых на обрабатывающих производствах, на лесозаготовках, и в том числе даже и на деревянном домостроении, хотя там еще пока уровень механизации не так высок, как, скажем, в лесопилении. Поэтому здесь мы регулярно встречаемся и готовим индивидуальные программы под потребности предприятий. Всего у нас порядка 140-150 образовательных программ, но ряд программ мы готовим под очень малое количество обучающихся и готовим конкретно тех специалистов, которые нужны конкретному предприятию. Такая практика есть, а мы ее делали неоднократно и продолжаем делать сейчас. Поэтому если, скажем, Nordic Construction возникнет потребность обучить 10-15 человек, я думаю, что мы под них разработаем специальную программу и подготовим их, тех специалистов, которые им необходимы. И я надеюсь, они останутся довольны полученными кадрами и полученными ими образованием.
Thank you very much. May I ask perhaps Toivo to comment on that and what from your company perspective, what would be perhaps your need from a university perspective, what would you need from an education or research perspective, and potentials of coordination with this or any other university, but in general speaking, if you could comment shortly.
Yeah, I think that if you think about our company, what we need is, of course, we need engineers, and engineers who understand what is because we are producing prefab houses, and prefab house, it's a little bit special house, and you have to understand a lot of things. If I think about vapor barriers and things like that, so that if there could be like some program in the university and where they could study like these things, not just generally the construction in generally way, but also like more specific what is an element houses, and of course also even more maybe if there could be a like trade school, not like university but trade school to get like a generation of carpenters to Russia. That would be really nice for us.
Thank you very much, Toivo. And maybe if there's any reaction to that directly, just a few seconds from the university. Otherwise, we can wrap it up and we can continue the discussion as follows. Yeah.
Да, мы можем сделать комментарии. У нас есть опыт подготовки специализированных программ с компанией, допустим, Илим в Санкт-Петербурге, которая мы готовили для них конкретную программу под их заказ и конструировали эту программу вместе с ними, на которой потом обучались руководители цехов, подразделений. И, собственно говоря, мы также можем с Nordic Construction сделать такую программу. Это программа ДПО. У нас таких программ порядка 200. И мы под заказы производителей деревянных домов можем сделать такую программу, вместе с ним ее сконструировать, а дальше будем вместе с ним готовить специалистов. И этот опыт дистантного обучения, у нас было требование именно дистантного обучения, как можно меньше отрывать людей от производства, мы таким опытом обладаем.
Thank you very much, Toivo. Thank you very much, our colleagues from the university. We are over time, so I hope you can all stay a little bit longer for the discussion and networking as we follow. For now, I'll wrap it up. So thank you very much, and let's stay tuned. Nikolai, I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Alberto, and thank you for doing the sharing. We will move forward to the last point of the agenda today, where we will talk about the new connections and how to open the dialogue, and what is the opportunity for all you participants and others to connect and share visions for further cooperation. And we will again ask Mads to do the sharing. So Mads, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nikolai. I was supposed to have this point for approximately half an hour, but time is running, so I'll do it a bit shorter. But the good thing about that is that what I was going to talk about was to encourage you all to share ideas and invite you all for cooperation. But it has been very rewarding to follow the discussion and the chat, especially because you have simply done what I was supposed to talk about now. So I can easily shorten down my presentation, this one. But this is about what the basic idea and the basic need for the project, a background for the project, is that we very much would like to speed up and catalyze new connections and open dialogue. So the entire program and project is overall an invitation to cooperate. Sorry. Yeah. Questions, comments, ideas to share are still very welcome. So please put them in the chat if you have anything on mind. Otherwise, there will be opportunities following this event to share that. But still, just go ahead if you have anything. We still have time for a couple of questions or comments, and we would very much like to hear about your ideas. It has been mentioned throughout the program in different ways. There's a desire and a need to develop our community, to increase the cooperation, and perhaps also even to create a Nordic-Russian cluster on wood in construction. So we have started this actually by developing a homepage. It's a sub-page under the Nordregio webpage, and if you follow this link, you should be able to find the webpage. There are information about what's going on in Arkhangelsk, Murmansk, Karelia, and in the Nordic countries, and you will find contact information for the participants or the organizers, and information about the previous work that we have been doing. So it's both in English and in Russian. Yeah. So, but let's hear from you. Something wrong. Can you see the entire? Anyways, let's hear from you. Opportunity for all participants to connect and share visions for future cooperation. You're very welcome to suggest ways to collaborate, and you can contact us. I'm sorry for the slide. It seems like something went wrong with it. But in the homepage, you will find contact information to all of us. So please just take a look at it, share your ideas and visions for future cooperation. So we have, as an attempt to organize this and to be more clear on what are the needs and what are the desires with regard to cooperation, we have done 2 templates for letters of intent that we would invite you all to look at and to see if that makes sense for you to fill in. Of course, I have to state that these letters of intent are without any kind of economic or legal obligations. It's solely to express the intent of that you would like to cooperate. We have done 2 templates, one for, and that's the one you can see in English to the right, to be used for unilateral letter of intent. That means an institution, company, person, whatever, who would like to express to an intent to cooperate. There's a possibility to fill in who you are, of course, but also in which field you would like to cooperate. What are you looking for? So in this way, we can speed up the matchmaking by finding out who are interested and do have an intent to cooperate, what are the needs, and so on. This template is made both in English and in Russian, and you can see to the right the English version of it. We have made a similar one for bilateral letters of intent. That means if you have already 2 partners or more that would like to express an interest or an intent to cooperate, that this can be done a similar way as the unilateral letter of intent. We very much hope that you would consider to fill in these templates, because that will, for us, demonstrate the intent, of course, but also in which areas you who have been participating in the work would like to see more cooperation, and how can we design our future activities to accommodate those wishes. And of course, the meeting today has expanded the network, I guess, for all of us in Nordic-Russian cooperation. So this will be a part of our efforts to do even more. You find the letters of intent at the homepage, and you can just click on the version you would like to fill in, the unilateral in English, the bilateral in English, and the two same ones in Russian. If you choose to fill in the letters of intent, which we would be very grateful for, please send them to Alberto, and you have his email address here. We will, I guess, share all the presentation afterwards, so you can get all the details from this one later on. So I think Alberto and Nikolai in the end will tell a little bit about what's going to happen in the coming times, but we would very much like to start to prepare for the future activities by asking you to, or inviting you to fill in the letters of intent. Good. The final part that I'm going to spend a few minutes on is actually was supposed to be our colleague Peter Fynholm from the Danish Technological Institution. Some of you have met him before. He participated in one of our seminars focusing on Arkhangelsk back in December. I have a short presentation that I just would like to update you on, because this is also an invitation for cooperation. Peter is heading the EU-funded, the Horizon 2020 funded program Build in Wood that has been running for a couple of years and will keep on for another 2 or 3 years. Yeah, you can see here it's Horizon 2020, 4 years duration. It will end in August 23. Total budget of 10 million euros, 21 partners and 11 countries. I think here you can see the partnering countries, Sweden, Norway and Denmark from the Nordic countries are participating. And here you can see also some of the partners involved in the work, which are different kind of actors in the value chain. The objective of the project is to make wood the natural choice of building material for construction of multi-story buildings. And they are talking about 3 to 10 stories, I think, which is relevant in the Nordic countries as well as also in Russia. There could be a big demand for that kind. And they want to establish an innovative and sustainable European value chain for multi-story wood buildings. So a lot of different issues and objectives, and the thing here is that it's not only for the 11 participating countries, they also invite to be part of the Build in Wood community. They're still working on it, so they don't have the platform yet done. But Peter asked me to forward this invitation, that when they will launch the platform, it will be possible for you to join it. It will be an international community for wood construction. It will provide direct contacts to specialists and experts all over the world. It will be an interactive space for existing initiatives. It will provide sharing of knowledge and information, and it's open for all stakeholders. So please contact Peter Fynholm if you would like to be a part of that community. And then you'll hear more from him when they are ready to launch. Good. I think this was what I was intended to say. but let me see if there came any comments or things in the chat that I need to. I'll just stop sharing. Yeah, so you can see again, when you fill in the letters of intent, please send them to Alberto, and his email address is in the chat. There are a few comments in Russian. Anything that I need to repeat here? Olga, Kasinya, Tatjana? Anyone who can just...
If I may, I thought it would be interesting just to add on to how the participants today can connect afterwards. And I think what we're going to do is look at the possibility of emailing around to everyone who's participated, and those who are interested can share their contact details and give us permission to share them amongst the other participants from today. So we're going to look into a way that we can do that in a way that, of course, protects everyone's data privacy, but the way that we can connect everyone, because lots of people have shared in the chat their contact details. So we want to gather all that information up so that all the kind of Russian and Nordic stakeholders who have taken part today and have expressed an interest in direct collaboration can see a kind of a bit of a database, and building on what Sergey said at the start of building that database of companies who are interested to collaborate. So we're going to make a start on continuing that work. I thought just wanted to add that in from my side of kind of next steps for how people can collaborate. So I think we can expect that we'll follow up by email to all the participants to try and facilitate that as best we can.
Thank you, Nick. That's very good and very precise. We will continue, and we will do, as Nick just said, continue the work. Then we got some comments here from Andrei Ilukov, if I'm not wrong. Sorry, it's a bit difficult to follow the chat while guiding the discussion. Well, recommendations to how to familiarize with different kind of agencies supporting and providing services and insights. A good initiative of regional development agencies to form a regional project of wooden house buildings. Yeah, that's fine. Good. We have a lot of materials and inputs to work with. And I think these, I'll not go through these comments coming up now, but I will save them. And I think they have different, very interesting perspectives and ideas that we will include in the follow-up of the work. I'm now looking at Nikolai. I think I'll pass the word to you just in time.
Thank you.
So thank you for now.
It's the time. Thank you very much, Mads. There was a. And I do hope that everyone is want to share and be a part of this kind of community we are establishing here. And I will already now say that then when we end this meeting, we will stay tuned for some minutes. So if anyone wants to talk to us directly, then you can stay on, and then we can have a chat. I would like to say thank you for a very, very good day. We have a lot of good information and good explanations of how things are working, and also pointing out how to move on. We had a good information that there's happening good things. That's Mira's talking about the loan for building one family houses, and all this Timo talking about increasing design knowledges and the network for business. This middleman request what is needed. We hear a lot today about training, how to train people in different ways in the collaboration, but also in the actually thing that we're doing. So I think that we have a lot of possibilities. I also think I think it was Shutanen was talking about, it's very important that we look into the culture differences in our collaboration. We think different, but we want the collaboration, but we have to learn how to collaborate and take the culture in consider. So we do have a lot of different issues to talk further about. But I do hope that you had a good day and found all these topics and the discussions interesting. And I do think that we have a lot of opportunities for this collaboration. And while doing this chat, I do hope that you also have learned some new people to know and will make a further collaboration when we can. We will are dreaming of continuing this project when we can meet again, and we are also planning to follow up our activities to boost this collaboration and the wood industry at large. So very much we're very glad for all your comments during today, and we also look forward to see some of your letters of interests. So please go to the website and find that. We will end now for today, but if, as I said, if you want to have a chat with us, stay tuned, put your camera on, and then you can have a talk with us if you want. But again, thank you very much for today. Let's give ourselves an applause and say thank you, and I really look forward to the further collaboration. Thank you. Can we do that digital? Well, okay, thank you very much, and yeah, please stay tuned, and maybe you can raise your hand if you want to say something, or just take the word, please.
Can I just say something, a couple of words, Nikolai?
Yes, of course.
Just wanted to thank you for arranging this wonderful event, to you and Alberto and Mats and Olga. I think everything was just went very in a perfect manner, and so all the participants and those who had the presentations. And so we already here exchanged with Alexander from the Chamber of Trade and Commerce of Karelia about our further steps. So we're going to get together next week and discuss. We had some ideas about how to put our inspiration into reality. So maybe in line with this wooden construction theme, we would probably suggest some very specific projects which we could carry out together, maybe with you, or as a way to continue this Nordic Council of Ministers initiative. So I think today's event was very useful, extremely useful. So thank you very much for all your efforts to put it in practice. And I think we will be back to you quite soon with some of our suggestions. And I also suggest that you would probably prepare some kind of a summary of today's conversation, right? Yes, as you did for all these roundtables that you had for Karelia and Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, which were very useful for us. So maybe you could also, as a part of this summary, put up for those contact details that people were sharing today. I think this would be very useful, that all of us would get the summary as a result of this roundtable.
Absolutely, we will do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, of course we will do that, and so stay tuned also on the web page if people want to do that. Yeah, Sergey, do you want to say something? Or you on the screen? I can see.
Позвольте мне сказать пару слов. Обращаясь к российским участникам, я хочу напомнить им, что для того, чтобы связаться с нашими североевропейскими партнерами, они могут обращаться ко мне в Архангельской области, в Карелии, соответственно, к Вере Мешко, в Мурманске к Кале. Мы всегда на связи и всегда поможем. И хочу сказать спасибо и Альберто, Матсу, Николаю. Действительно, я сегодня поучаствовал, пожалуй, в лучшем таком вебинаре за вебинарный год, который у нас уже идет и продолжается. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Sergey. We really appreciate that. Well, and we also want to thank you for all the good collaboration and all the good inputs and all the good speakers. Yeah, we just have to do. That's very great. That's very great. So so we also look forward to find out how to make this collaboration. Is there anyone else who wants to say something, or?
I wanted to extend the thanks to Nick Craig as well.
Who
has been very, very helpful from our side in the Nordics to organize and bring good people together and mentalize this project. And our colleagues here in Nordregio helping us behind the scenes with the technology to allow translation and everything. And of course, Olga and Ksenia, who have been live translating, has made the event rather smooth today. So we're all becoming digital.
Yes, and maybe it's also good knowledge to share that this working together with Olga and knowing these things, having the translation of what's going on of all these different cultures when we're talking. I'm sure Olga have taught the Russians a lot about how we are, and we learned the other way. So that's I think it's a very good way to think of how to collaborate, because it's a very big issue, but a very positive issue. I've have so many positive learnings of doing this project, so it's very, very nice. So I cannot see that someone wants to say something, but you should be welcome.
I just wanted to add, there was a question that came in specifically about CO2 calculations from Daria Tarasova. And I'm just trying to scroll up here and find, but it was about whether this is something going on currently or whether we're working on it or who's interested in it. CO2 calculations on new buildings in the Nordic are mostly going on through a life cycle analysis process, and each Nordic country is doing it in a slightly different way, although there's a great deal of work to try and harmonize that across the Nordic levels. So if you're interested in that, both to Daria and to anyone else, I can share some resources on the Nordic work that's going on to calculate and assess carbon emissions from buildings. And that certainly in the Nordic market is something that's both driving wood, but also really important in all new buildings, and something that's really important to kind of have an understanding of. And we've actually at the Nordic Wood and Construction Secretariat developed an online e-learning tool. Sadly, it's not available in Russian, but Google Translate is your friend in these things. It's a free online learning tool. So we talked a lot today about building competencies, and that's certainly one way to do it, that we've developed this free tool that can bring you up to speed about life cycle analysis and calculating carbon emissions and environmental impact of buildings, which is very high on the agenda here in the Nordics. So we'll make sure to include that when we send around links after the call today. But yeah, that could be something of interest there. But feel free to contact me by mail if there's further questions there, Daria, if you're still on the call. I don't know if you've skipped off now already, but thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, there's so many things that we can work on further on. So CO2 is definitely one of them. Yes. If there's no more questions, I will end it here and say thank you, everyone, for having a nice day, and enjoy and stay safe. And hopefully we can see live again, face to face in a very short time. So thank you for today. Bye-bye.
I don't know if we want to have any sort of debrief now.